Good evening, Cerritos residents and members of the community. I'd like to call to order the Monday, June 8, 2026, 7 p.m. City Council Successor Agency regular meeting. Tonight's meeting will be conducted in a hybrid format. Instructions for remote public participation are listed on tonight's meeting agenda. The invocation will be given by Pastor Rory Corrigan of Church in Cerritos, and the pledge will be led by the Rotary Club of Cerritos Artesia. Please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Corrigan.
Thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather and serve our community. Grant us wisdom, integrity, and understanding to our council members as they consider the matters before them tonight. May their decisions promote the well-being of all the residents and reflect a spirit of fairness, respect, and service. We ask for your guidance and blessing on this meeting and on our city. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Corrigan, and thank you, Eileen, for the pledge. All right, Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll?
Council and Agency Member Hong.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Say.
Present?
Council and Agency Member Yokoyama.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Polito.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Johnson.
Present.
The roll call is complete with 5 members present.
Okay. Item 5A, presentations. There are no presentations scheduled on this evening's agenda. Item 5B, City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. For this item, I'd like to defer to City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, the item before you is consideration of City Council nominations for resident appointment for service on the city's advisory boards. There's currently one vacant position on the Economic Development Commission. An additional vacancy on this commission was created subsequent to the posting of this agenda. A notice of unscheduled vacancy will be posted tomorrow in time for a potential appointment to fill this vacancy to be made at the next City Council regular meeting. It is now recommended the City Council open public comment on this item and nominate an individual from the eligible pool of applicants to serve for the remainder of this term through April 30th, 2027 for the vacant seat in accordance with city and state requirements. Should the appointee be in attendance after the nomination and City Council approval, I'll administer the oath of office. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions the City Council may have.
Okay. Do we have, thank you, City Clerk. Do we have any questions from the council? I'll now open it for public comments. Do we have any public comments on 5B? All right, seeing none. City Clerk, do we have any call-in comments?
None at this time, Mayor.
None. All right. Okay, seeing there's no speakers, I'll close the public comment period. Does the City Council have any nominations for appointment this evening?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate to the Economic Development Commission, Mr. Al Barlevy.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Oh, that's the motion. Can we vote?
I second. Give me a second.
Go ahead and vote.
And I heard a motion made by Councilmember Yokoyama and seconded by Councilmember Say.
I said that I nominate him. Am I supposed to put it in the form of a motion?
It could either be you or another council member.
Okay, I move that we appoint Al Barlevy to the Economic Development Commission.
Thank you.
Okay.
And my screen is off. So in the meantime, maybe we should do a roll call vote.
Go ahead, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hong,
Yes.
Councilmember Say,
Yes.
Councilmember Yokoyama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polito,
Aye.
and Mayor Johnson.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Great.
Thank you, council colleagues.
Did you want to have your appointee get sworn in this evening?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and call up Mr. Al Barlevy.
I'll just ask you to say aye and state your name. I'll say the whole. Oh, I don't have to repeat? You don't have to repeat the whole. Okay. If you could sign your oath with Alicia. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and at this time, if you would please say aye and state your name.
I, Alon Barlevy,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations, Commissioner Barlevy. Yes, if my council colleagues will please join Councilmember Yokoyama.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. You'll like it. All right, congratulations again to Commissioner Al Barlevy. Next item on the agenda is item 6. City Clerk, will you please provide additional information regarding item 6, public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Agenda item 6, public comments, should be limited to items on the consent calendar, closed session, and items not listed on the agenda but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. All public comment periods will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of the 4 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 6. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours. The time is now 7:09 p.m. and the item 6 public comment period will end by approximately 7:54 p.m. if the 45-minute time allotment is needed. Also, if necessary, to allow remote participants an equal opportunity to speak at the halfway mark of the 45-minute time limit, I will inform the City Council it is appropriate to transition from in-person comments to the call of remote public speakers.
Thank you. I'll now open for item 6, public comments. All right, our first public comment will be Camille, followed by Curtis Forsyth. Thank you. Hello, Camille.
Hello. My name is Camille, and I will preface my comments by saying I check all the same boxes as you, Linda, Frank, and Mark. I'm a proud daughter of immigrants. I'm first generation, lived here in Cerritos since I was a child, went to school here, and caregiver to a parent. We lived here when immigrants were the minority and white residents were the majority. Our parents came to this city, all ethnicities, Indian, Korean, Chinese, Filipino, Latinx, and intermingled, and we learned each other's customs, food, language, and dealt with the same prejudices. As a result, an interwoven fabric was created and became the cultural haven of what is now Cerritos. So it's absolutely disgusting to watch you, Linda and Frank, try to dismantle the hard work that your parents, my parents, and all the residents who have lived here for decades upon decades created. Weaponizing the word racism is disgusting, and it shows not only your lack of leadership, but your lack of integrity. In this political climate, it's extremely dangerous to casually throw these words around and make accusations that have significant meaning just because you don't want to take accountability for your actions. You both started and are perpetuating a false narrative that is both irresponsible and dangerous. You're playing the race card as a shield to avoid accountability, manufacturing grievances, misrepresenting actions for your own benefit. You are using the word to intentionally manipulate and silence opponents. It is our right as residents of Cerritos to question our elected officials on how they are spending our tax dollars. Since all of you like to spend money like it grows on trees, you all should be attending anti-racism and cultural humility trainings because you all need it. We are still a democratic society and not a dictatorship. The residents of Cerritos are questioning your decisions because you have proven you are not serving in the best interests of the constituents you represent. Good financial stewardship is severely lacking from this council. It is very obvious that you have your own personal agendas, but as long as I'm a resident who's paying $6.59 for gas and now paying a higher water bill, I will voice all my concerns because your concept of leadership is severely flawed. Your morals and ethics are lacking, which is a hindrance for you to be effective leaders for the city of Cerritos. I understand that thanks to this current administration, they are normalizing gaslighting the American public, and fear-mongering is the go-to tactic, but people who resort to these tactics are weak, incompetent leaders who have no business in public office. Watching you tear apart the cultural fabric of our city by using divisive tactics is disgusting, and all you should be embarrassed and ashamed of yourselves for either participating or sitting back and watching it happen. We are all educated people in this city, and speaking to us like we lack intelligence is insulting and infuriating. Your egos, passion projects, narcissistic behaviors need to be checked at the door. In my professional capacity as a master's degree counselor, I can read each of you like a book. I watch you placating to the residents, but I see your insecurities, personality, and character defects. Maybe stop calling everyone who opposes you racist and intolerant so that people won't have to defend themselves. Have some integrity as a person. All of you guys need to do better and be better.
Thank you. Next, we have Curtis Forsyth, and after that, we have Teddy Lloyd.
I did not want to come up here and create an issue. I wanted to actually explain something. So over 25 years, I had publicly tried to explain to the public what has actually gone on behind the scenes. And when things started in 2019, I was the first person that came out publicly on November 2019 to tell people what happened. You mocked the death of my family. You mocked the suicide because of a vaccine from a LA firefighter. And then I watched you get an award or something like that during the last city thing, or some firefighter come up and give you guys awards while you mocked one of their workers who shot himself in the chest. My uncle's gone because of the choices that these people have made. And I've asked you to respect me, and you mocked me. You used your power as an abuse. And so because of that, instead of being a jerk to you and just continuously coming in here to make you feel bad, I decided I would write you an album. It is now put in stores. If you would like, you can go on to notofman.com. I've given you every single link. I've actually given you a copy of the album, and your song's name is Linda's Personal Johnson. So you can do me a favor, and you can understand. As much as you want to attack me, I will come back and I will smack 150 times harder because I am tired of being abused by you. I want respect. And Frank, you called me a racist. You lied. You did a ton of things. I've shown you the paperwork where you did things. And then I showed you the actual reports. So you have bodies on you, bro. You have people who have committed suicide. You have children who have hurt themselves. You have children whose mental health are destroyed because of the choices that you guys have made throughout this pandemic and throughout this entire situation. I tried to stop what you were doing. You made fun of me. I had paperwork thrown out in front of me. I was called a conspiracy theorist. I will even say this, Google, you funded Peter Daszak for over 10 years, and you are the reason that this is here. How many of you are willing to come at Google? You see, I know what I'm talking about. You can look that up. So I'm done being disrespected. I hope you enjoy your album. Here's my resume. So all of this is public record. Is the mic up? Okay. So here you can see all my music's been in stores for over 25 years. Here's your album. Here's my resume that shows the operational intelligence, all different little things I've done. So you can judge and do whatever you want to do to me. I'm kind of done. I wish you the best, and I wish you would have just apologized so this didn't have to happen.
Next, we have Teddy Lloyd, and after that, Mel.
Madam Mayor, City Council, good evening. Thank you very much. I know that the city is currently working on a fiscal budget for this coming fiscal year, and then I am very much interested to know, and hopefully that the city will consider the Sunshine Park, the basketball courts, and I believe the city started doing the resurfacing work back in 2022, and quite a few of the parks, including the basketball courts, have been resurfaced. At that time, I thought the basketball court at Sunshine Park will be resurfaced, but I realized it hasn't. And then after about 4 years, it definitely looks like it needs resurfacing. Now, I know the city is a little concerned about the fiscal budget and then all that. And then I have noticed that, and I watched all the residents around there, and then for the city of Cerritos, I really think that the Sunshine Park basketball courts needs to be resurfaced. So I would like to make a proposal and offer it for the city. If the city feels that the resurfacing cost would be, beyond the city's, I would like to work on a donation for the city to benefit all the city residents so that the basketball court surface will be resurfaced. And at the same time, when resurfacing, I watch that because our house is located right next, not too far away, so I can see it. So definitely, I like to see the city will consider resurfacing that in our fiscal budget for this coming year. And then while at it, I know I've been asking the city maybe also to include the lines for pickleball courts. And then the residents, I've noticed that they've done that constantly, and then to use that court for, the kids, they would like to all get into the fastest growing sport of pickleball. So without getting to the details, I would be happy to help the city and then discuss with the city as to what examples that can be. And then I have already done a lot of studying and then finding out other cities are doing it, such as City of Cypress, such as City of Lakewood. And then I can give you a lot of the information, and I'll be happy to assist that for the City of Cerritos and then work on that. And I'm hoping that the City of Cerritos will consider resurfacing the basketball court at Sunshine Park for this fiscal year. And then again, the time it takes to resurfacing, a few days. And then I've done that with contractors, knowing what it takes to do it, and then how long it would be, what the cost would be. I'll be more than happy to contribute it for our City of Cerritos to benefit all the residents of the City of Cerritos. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Teddy. Next, we have Mel Cortez, and after that, Benjamin Au.
Good evening, everyone, council members, and everyone at home. What's going on here in the City of Cerritos? disturbing patterns of backroom deals, voter disenfranchisement, and potential legal violations under the City Council's watch. First of all, water rate. Why did you spend thousands of dollars and dozens of staff hours by asking the staff to count 6,401 protest votes after you knew it didn't matter? Only to look for reasons to tell residents that their vote didn't count, like my neighbor that cannot see well. She thought these little tiny squares were just bullet points. What do? Let's count. Oh, she missed it. Your vote doesn't count. Then my other neighbor lives around the corner from me. She doesn't speak English well. She didn't know that she had to check these little tiny squares. And what do? Let's count so her vote doesn't count. There you go. Silencing residents who are trying to say, I don't want this water rate just because they miss a tiny box isn't victory. There's no need to do your victory dance. It's shameful and it shows total contempt for the people you represent. Then, accountability. Agenda for the Chamber of Commerce, Cerritos Chamber of Commerce, where a council member brings a friend trying to get her a city-funded job. It says right here on the agenda, possibly pay $4,000 to $7,000 a month by the city. Ay, ay, ay. Excuses don't matter. It doesn't matter why it happened. It's on the agenda. A council member bringing a friend to get a job paid by the city without consulting with the entire city council, without being approved, is that legal? I don't know. Many people say it's illegal. Doesn't matter if he was trying to help the chamber, just give him the money. Then, the week later, somebody provided this to me through Freedom of Information Act, a group chat with 4 of you at least, maybe 5, Mr. Frank, Jennifer, Linda, Sofia, on a group chat. I've been informed by many people that Daisy is emailing people to oppose a water rate increase. She literally is destroying our city and allowing the city to build up infrastructure. Later, this screenshot of a chat where residents are protesting the water rates. I think they may be passing out flyers tonight. I have already talked to my appointees not to participate in their position. Really? Telling your appointees, don't try it? And what's the last thing? Take away our neighborhood watch person from the safety office. We're on our own. You don't care about safety. Residents, this council does not care about safety.
Next, we have Benjamin Al, followed by Carla Gilheis.
Good evening, everybody. I'm speaking tonight about the public safety on our city's roadways. One of the objectives of our city's general plan is safety on our roadways, and that would include residential roads. Motorists speeding on residential roadways is a serious safety hazard. I have personally, I witnessed speeding cars running over somebody's a house cat and killing it. So I pray to God it's not a child. So, but my neighbor, when my neighbor Samar Malouf and myself asked the city about possibly putting up speed humps on these residential roadways, we were told that our city's municipal code does not allow that. Now, if that is true, then I hope that the city council would do something about that. We need to stop speeding on residential roadways. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Carla Gilheis, followed by Kirit Chauhan.
Tonight I'm speaking about transparency, public participation, and constitutional principles that protect every resident's right to engage with their government. The First Amendment exists to protect speech, dissent, and the right of citizens to petition their government for redress of grievances. Those protections do not disappear simply because public discourse has moved from town square to social media. In March 2024, the United States Supreme Court issued, and Frank, you'll like this, it was unanimous decisions in Linkty versus Freed and O'Connor, Ratcliffe versus Garnier. These cases addressed when a public official's social media activity is subject to First Amendment constraints. The court recognized that when public officials use social media to communicate government business, announce official actions, discuss public policy, and interact with constituents, constitutional concerns can arise if citizens are excluded from participating in those discussions. Ask our city attorney to supply you the case law so you can further understand. The Supreme Court established, and Linda and Frank, you really want to listen to this, that an official may be acting under the color of law when the official possesses authority to speak on behalf of the government and purports to exercise the authority through social media communications. When those conditions exist, the official's actions are subject to First Amendment scrutiny. The court's message was clear. Government officials do not have unlimited authority to silent criticism simply because that criticism appears on a social media page connected to their public role. The public should be concerned whenever an elected official uses social media to discuss city business while blocking criticism, deleting dissenting viewpoints, cutting off microphones during public comments, or restricting participation from residents who simply disagree. The concern becomes even more serious when appointed commissioners, board members, or volunteers are instructed to not engage in public discussion, not to voice independent opinions, and not to participate in the democratic process, as we recently saw Linda Johnson do regarding the 218 protest. Public appointees don't serve you. They serve the public. Their duty is to exercise independent judgment and contribute to open government. The First Amendment was designed to protect unpopular speech, critical speech, and dissenting speech. Those protections are most important when citizens like us are speaking to officials like yourself. I urge this council to adopt and enforce policies that respect constitutional principles, encourage public participation, ensure government communication, whether in council chambers or on social media. It should be that it remains open, accountable, and accessible. Remember, the ACLU...
Thank you. We have Carrot Chauhan next. Thank you, Carrot.
The ACLU, they love freedom of speech cases.
Good evening, Council. First of all, let's recognize the tragedy that's happening in southern Philippines. As somebody who's lived through an earthquake, it can be quite devastating. While the city cannot provide resources, the city can put up some information to guide residents to where we may donate to NGOs of decent quality so that we're not taken advantage of and the people are served.
Thank you, Carrot.
Beyond that, I've shared a picture with you. To those of you that grew up here, went to high school here, or became a naturalized citizen of this country, you should know a certain date, 4th of July, 1776. This year happens to be 2026. That's 250 years of the United States of America. This is a significant milestone. It is not about the 53rd celebration of Cerritos or 70th. It has nothing to do with Cerritos. We are celebrating the founding of this country. Where is my banner? Where does it say that Cerritos stands for the United States? I see no signs. Go out of this city and see what you will see. If you can't afford a banner, say so. There are other people willing to step in. Let me tell you this. In 1976, I saw what the United States did in preparation of the 200th birthday. Jimmy Carter was the president. I wasn't even in this country, and we saw how well it was celebrated. Here I am living in the United States and not seeing the same outpouring of, how can I say, patriotism out of this town that claims to be all-American. Can we get something done? As you know, the Flag Day is June 14th. I'll give you a couple of options. Banner. You have a nice white wall out there. You can get a projector. Project the flag of the United States. Not on one day, because this is not a one-day event. For God's sake, do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrot. Appreciate that. And the city did put out already the July 4th street banners at the light post. But I hear you. If we could have council consensus to possibly have a larger banner placed somewhere where staff feels is appropriate. Thank you. That would be to direct the city manager, to direct staff, to find a place where we can hang a large banner, possibly check the Lakewood one and see how large their banner is, and it's something similar like that. Thank you. Do we have any call-ins? Thank you, Cindy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Speaker Murali Vasudevan, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments. Yes, we can hear you, Speaker.
From Cerritos. Tonight, I want to address an alarming structural breakdown in our city's governance, one that directly threatens the democratic principles of checks and balances. We elect a 5-member city council to ensure that a variety of perspectives are debated, that ideas are thoroughly vetted, and that no single faction holds absolute power. But an objective public consensus tracker analyzing council action since April 2025, I have shared earlier with this council, using the minutes of the council meetings, reveals a staggering lopsided reality. The data shows Councilmember Yokoyama leading the consensus competition with 31 consensus, followed by Linda Johnson with 15, Councilmember Pulido with 6, and last but not the least, Councilmember Sean Hong with 1 consensus. 1. Let that sink in. Look at these numbers. This is not a collaborative 5-member legislative body. This is a duopoly. Practically every major policy shift, every massive utility rate hike, and every structural budget priority is effectively being dictated by just 2 individuals, while the rest are reduced to mere observers. Again, data will not lie. Public can get the consensus tracker I shared from clerk's office if you want evidence. To the duo who are currently facing the recall, it is time to stop demanding absolute unanimous support on every critical vote. True leadership does not require forcing conformity or engineering a rubber stamp environment at City Hall. Democracy thrives on dissent, not forced compliance. But the blame does not rest solely on this duo. Two councilwomen, Jennifer Hong and Sophia, say, you must stop succumbing to the pressure. Stop playing the victims. You are not elected to sit back, complain, and throw your hands up in defeat. You are elected to stand up for the residents who put you in those seats. We need you to provide a fierce, constructive opposition. Your division is your paralysis. And when you fail to stand as a unified check on power, you abdicate your duty to this community. Finally, to my fellow residents, pay attention. Look at the data, look at the voting records, and look at who is actually fighting for your wallet and your neighborhood. Elections are coming up in November and March. We must vote smart. We do not live in a monarchy, and we do not have a king and queen at City Hall.
And Mayor, there are no other individuals requesting to speak at this time.
Okay, I'll bring it back to public comments. Is there anybody else here that would like to come up and speak? Okay, seeing none, I appreciate everyone that's come out to speak. It is a democratic process for you to speak freely. But I do want to address, the racism issue is real. Recently, there was a AAPI Heritage Month celebration over at Kanabe Park with countries from the Philippines, Japan, Korea, India, Cambodia, Vietnam all participated in. And the comment on social media was because it was a tribute to the sister city that we have with San Carlos, Philippines. And the comment on social media was that I shouldn't focus energy on building bridges that brings no revenue to keep our city operating. I don't even know what that means. There are other comments that say stop the cultural events that include a very few. Again, I don't know what that means. There's 60% Asians in the Cerritos. There's one, actually, it said that she was distracted by my ridiculous puffy sleeves on every single outfit I wear. That's my cultural attire, so I don't know why that was said. And another comment from a resident saying that's Asians taking over, not as fellow Americans, but as if the town belongs to them, and that our city is turning into Westminster. Those are what we see. It's unfortunate that we see that, but it's real. So after that, we will go into consent items. Do we have a motion?
Mayor, council colleagues, I would like to move approve the consent calendar items with exception of item 7A.2, which I would like to pull from the consent calendar for separate consideration.
Second.
Thank you, sir.
We have a first and a second. Let's vote.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you.
Wait, let's
Oh, sorry.
vote.
Oh, let's vote.
I can't, we have to do roll call votes because my screen is not working. Is that that's how it's going to be for the whole meeting, right? Okay, so I can't see anything on the screen.
I'm sorry. Can we use that screen for him? No. No.
Which one? This?
You want a break? Frank, would you like to have me fix the screen?
I will trust your judgment on this. I just wanted to let the council and the public know my screen's not working, so I can't see the things on the screen. I can't vote on the screen. So it's up to you, Mayor, if you want to.
We'll take a 5-minute recess to allow for some technical issues so that the council member can participate electronically. Okay, thank you, Frank.
Would the city council care to entertain this motion and vote at this time and then do the recess? Or?
We'll finish the motion and then we'll go into yours. Okay, we'll finish the motion, Frank, if that's
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Okay. We have a first and a second.
Okay, Councilmember Hong,
Yes.
Councilmember Say? Yes. Councilmember Yokoyama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Polito,
Aye.
and Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0 to approve the consent calendar items with the exception of item 7A2, which has been pulled by Councilmember Say for separate consideration.
Okay, thank you. And then we will go ahead and take a break and then take up item 7.
I think now it's working, is it?
No.
No, it's not yet. Oh, okay, sorry about that, sorry. First thing show up. First thing.
Let's go ahead and start with Councilmember Say. I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Mayor.
Or, well, hang on, I'm sorry. We're now on item 7B, 7A2.
7A2.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This item is the minutes of the 7 p.m. City Council meeting from Thursday, the May 28th. I would like to request the additional detail to capture the intent of my motion under agenda item AC at the top of page 7. Specifically, I would like to motion to read as follows. The motion actually was denied due to lack of the second. The motion concerning increased billing rate for water consumption level over 30 units under water supply shortage level 3 within the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and adoption of the 2025 made by me. So I am in agreement with the motion parts 1 and 2, but as I stated, would like this additional detail include to further preserve the intent of my motion. So I move to approve item 7A.2, which suggests a modification. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions? Any comments?
I have a question. Could you repeat what you would like included as part of the motion for the amendment?
Okay, sure. The motion was concerning the increased billing rate for water consumption level over 30 units under water supply shortage level 3 within the 2025 Urban Water Management Plan and adoption of the 2025 made by me at that moment. And then I agree with the part 1 and 2, which is I made a statement, but as I stated, would like the additional detail, including further preserve the intent of a motion for the future.
I'm unclear, council member.
Sure.
So what, in page 7, at the top of page 7, under 8C, motion died due to lack of a second. The motion made by Say, there's 2 paragraphs, number 1 and number 2. So what's incorrect about paragraph 1 and paragraph 2, and what's missing?
Sure. Let me go back to the discussion at that time when I proposed. The plan actually adopts similar to the plan of 2020, the emerging plan. Well, one of the things is stated actually based on, at that time, 2020, the water rate was not increased what we have right now. So I wanted people to consider for the future, when they reach the level 3, we should go back and look at this one. So we increase water consumption, which is 1.5. So that's quite a cost, get a lot to the resident. I just want to say, put in the, preserve it for the future, then we can go back to revisit this one. But not really going to make change on the plan on 2025. Only addendum for the.
Okay, so what revisions do you want to make to the minutes?
If I may, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, what I understand the intent is not to amend 1 and 2 of the motion, but to add further detail to clarify Councilmember Say's intent of making the motion, and the verbiage that she stated would come right after. She stated that it would come right after motion died due to lack of second, and it would be in that first little, the first sentence of that motion.
So is that what you said on
Yes.
May 28th?
Yes.
You said those things on May 28th, and you want them added into the minutes?
Yeah.
And what motion do we need to make, City Attorney, regarding Councilmember Say's goal of adding words, phrases that she said on May 28th into the minutes as prepared by the city clerk?
She's basically requesting a motion to approve the minutes from May 28th with the addition of her phrase regarding that motion. So basically, I'm paraphrasing here, it would say, motion died due to lack of a second. And then you see the part that says the motion made by Say 2, and then 1 and 2. Before that, before the motion made by Say, it would say something to the effect of, based on increased billing rates of 1.5 times the consumption levels after 30 cc's, motion made by, say, 2, 1, and then 2. I mean, that was what I got out of her paraphrase. I do recall that conversation and the basis of her motion from May 28th, but correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that's what you
Absolutely,
wanted to say.
you're correct, absolutely.
So that's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second it.
Thank you, sir.
We have a first and a second. Let's vote. This is for item 7A2.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right, there are no public, for item 8A, there are no public hearings listed on tonight's meeting agenda. Item 9A, informational hiring data report. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 9A is an annual report in compliance with a recently enacted state law as it relates to providing information related to city positions. An overview of this item will be given by Director of Administrative Services, Drew Schneider, and following his presentation, he and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Agenda item 9A is an informational report presented pursuant to Assembly Bill 2561, which requires public agencies to annually present hiring, recruitment, and retention data prior to adoption of the annual budget. For the reporting period ending April 30th, 2026, the city had 14 vacant full-time represented positions out of 147 total represented full-time positions, resulting in a vacancy rate of 9.5%. While the city's vacancy rate remains below industry averages and well below the 20% threshold established by state law, the average time to fill a position has increased to approximately 83 days. In compliance with AB 2561, city staff has assessed current hiring and recruitment practices and, as identified in the agenda report, has worked to streamline the city's hiring processes. Further, pursuant to AB 2561, the city's recognized employee organization, AFSCME, will now be provided the opportunity to address the City Council immediately following staff's presentation. I believe Ben Lauren from AFSCME will be, Union President, will be presenting tonight.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Johnson, Mayor Pro Tem Polito, and members of the City Council. My name is Ben Lauren. I'm proud to stand before you tonight as a resident of Cerritos, president of AFSCME Local 619, and an employee of this great city. I want to begin by thanking the city manager, the human resources team, and the administrative staff for preparing tonight's informational hiring data report in accordance with Assembly Bill 2561. The goal of our remarks tonight are to highlight workforce sustainability and positive partnerships. In regards to workforce sustainability, we must look at tonight's report. The report provides us a clear snapshot of where we stand, and we are pleased to see that our full-time represented vacancy rate rests at 9.5%, well below the statutory 20% threshold. However, those vacancies are not just statistics on a report. When key non-management positions remain vacant for long periods of time, the work still has to get done. This often means existing employees carry additional responsibilities, departments stretch limited resources further, and institutional knowledge becomes even more important. Long-standing vacancies directly affect the ability of frontline staff to maintain the level of service that Cerritos residents demand. We also recognize the fiscal challenges facing the city. Employees understand these challenges because we are part of the organization that helps keep these services running every day. whether it's maintaining service levels with limited staffing, adapting to changing financial conditions, or finding ways to keep city operating efficiently, Cerritos employees have consistently stepped up to face those fiscal challenges. In our current economic climate, advocating for a reasonable cost of living adjustment, or COLA, it may not always be the easiest position, but it is an important one. Cerritos must remain competitive with surrounding cities, peer cities, and the broader labor market if we want to retain experienced employees, attract qualified applicants, reduce turnover, and protect the institutional knowledge of our workforce. Investing in staff is a direct investment in long-term fiscal sustainability, service quality, and operational continuity in Cerritos. I must also highlight the positive partnerships that AFSCME has created. The union management and council, they don't always see eye to eye on every decision. That's the nature of labor management relations. However, what sets Cerritos apart is the mutual respect and the positive working relationships that we have fostered over the years. Over the past year, our union has partnered closely with city management to modernize and streamline our practices. We've collaborated on updating classification specifications to meet evolving standards, such as ensuring our policies comply with Senate bills. We also want to recognize the city's effort in implementing modern initiatives like the 980 alternate work schedule program and the upcoming recruitment video series that highlights the essential work of our teams. These are positive, forward-thinking steps toward building a modern workplace. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to both the previous and current city councils for your willingness to listen to and understand the compromises made by city staff. Public service requires balance. The frontline workers in our parks, our public works, our community services, our administrative offices, and throughout the organization are the backbone of this municipality. Their dedication ensures that Cerritos operates at a high level, meeting the increasing service expectations of our community. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued support of Cerritos City staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lauren. At this time, Mr. Lopez, Ms. Delgado, and I are available to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lauren, for the comments. Do we have any questions from the council? All right. I will now open for public comments on item 9A. Seeing none, I will defer to the city clerk if there's anybody calling in.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one speaker at this time. Speaker Murali Vasudevan, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Speaker.
Good evening. Glad to see city manager present the city's first formal hiring data audit under Assembly Bill 2561. While staff tries to frame this report as a routine administrative update, it actually exposes the exact penny-wise, pound-foolish mindset that is driving our city into a financial ditch. The report notes that Cerritos currently has 14 vacant full-time budgeted positions. The institutional knee-jerk reaction from staff is to complain that it now takes an average 83 days to fill a seat. And they point to their new HR software as the excuse. But as a taxpayer, I have to ask, why are we trying to fill these 40 positions at all? We are sitting here at the final budget study session, listening to threats about closing community centers, cutting library hours, and slashing park maintenance to save money. If we are truly in a fiscal crisis, those 14 vacant salaries shouldn't be viewed as an administrative backlog. They should be viewed as an immediate opportunity for permanent right sizing. Why is there absolutely no discussion tonight about restructuring our departments, streamlining workflow, and eliminating empty slots to protect resident services? Instead of right sizing, this report boasts about completing a citywide classification and compensation desk audit back in December 2024. Where are the details of that audit? Why hasn't it been transparently laid out for the public? Historically, bureaucratic desk audits are used for one thing, to justify upgrading job titles and raising salary baselines for existing staff. If City Hall is using taxpayer-funded studies to secretly adjust compensation upward behind closed doors, while simultaneously voting a 1% sales tax hike on the November ballot, the community deserves to know. To the council, stop using resident programs as shields to protect a bloated payroll. And to city manager, we don't need slick recruitment video series funded by taxpayers to fill empty desks. We need an actually efficiency audit as requested by some of the members of the resident budget task force. We need a leadership team that understands that when the budget is tight, you right-size the bureaucracy. You don't starve the residents. Thank you.
And at this time, there are no further remote speakers requesting to speak.
Thank you. And if there are no other further speakers, I'll close the public comment period. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? You'll have to come up to the podium. I did close public comments, but I will reopen it. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks, City Council, for letting me speak on this. My name is Raymond Kim. I guess I didn't originally plan to speak on this, but I think just something to keep in mind is, Cerritos residents, a lot, immigrants that came with no network, no connections, not as much English, had to work businesses, small businesses. They had to work like 80, 100 hours a week, neglect their kids a lot of times, don't get to see their kids, and so what generally happens, the culture of most Cerritos residents is to, when there's a budget crunch, you work harder. You might have to work longer hours. You see a lot of restaurants that Cerritos residents own, open on Christmas or Thanksgiving, because they have to work harder to make more money, to pay bills, right? Even me, as a university professor, we had some downsizing in our university, and people had to have more, greater workload. And, honestly, like, it feels bad to ask taxpayers to do more when I can do more. Like so my classrooms have gotten bigger. I've had to do more service, and just everybody across the board has had to do more. Even have to take out my own trash now, right? I mean, is that really that big of a deal? No, it's just, that's what you do as a public servant. And I think just with the culture of public service, of civic duty, is just more similar to what Cerritos residents had to do, which is, work harder, right? This is, if just to work like half as much harder as Cerritos residents. I think that would be a really good reflection on individual employees, duty and civic and sense of civic service. It even makes you feel better to do that, to just hold yourself to a better standard in service of the city. And I think it's rewarding, just something to think about, because that's what Cerritos residents expect of themselves. And it's just it's hard for a lot of them to even come out because they're working late hours, driving through traffic. This just kind of ridiculous to see the different classes of civic or just duty that's out there. Okay, well, thank you.
If there are no other speakers, I will close the public comments period. Does the council have any questions or comments?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Yokoyama.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Ben. Thank you for coming in and sharing with the council, Ben, and updating us. And we appreciate you. We appreciate the hardworking City of Cerritos employees. Thank you for all you do to serve the residents and the businesses and the visitors to Cerritos. Please extend a sincere thank you from the City Council to all of your hardworking city employees. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you,
And-
Councilmember.
and good to see you, Yvette.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And good to see you,
Yokoyama.
Sally.
Thank you, Frank, for those remarks. Do we have a motion?
Move staff recommendation.
The motion passes 5-0.
Right. Item 9B, budget study session. City Manager, do we have a report on this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Item 9B is our third and final budget study session for the preparation of the fiscal year 26-27 budget. An overview of this report will be given by Director of Administrative Services, Drew Schneider, and following his presentation, he and members of our team will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. I think our presentation is currently loading. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. We appear before you tonight for budget study session number 3. This update provides an overview of budget modifications resulting from prior City Council direction, recommendations from the Budget Finance Internal Ad Hoc Working Group, and additional staff analysis. The item includes proposed adjustments related to community programming, facility operations, public safety services, and other expenditure reductions and restorations that will be incorporated into the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget. The agenda item reflects prior City Council direction to restore CCPA programming and the Skynight program and to add additional ALPR system and a radar speed trailer. The item also incorporates, recommendations from the Budget Finance Internal Ad Hoc Working Group and additional staff recommendations. Collectively, the modifications presented in the agenda item would reduce the recurring surplus by approximately 1.1 million, increase the overall deficit by approximately 1.1 million. As a result, the total deficit under the primary budget scenario is now estimated at 7.1 million. Since publication of the agenda item, staff has made several updates to the report. The revised cost estimate for the Memorial Day program and Veterans Day programs is $1,000 per event. Staff would also like to clarify the automated license plate reader system, ALPR, would be leased, while the radar speed trailer would be purchased. The cost figures for these items remain unchanged. The cost estimates for a reimagined Spring Fling and Festival of Friendship event is approximately $34,000. Finally, the summary of the items listed in Appendix 1, items to be restored in secondary budget, total $3.7 million. All other recommendations and assumptions presented in the agenda remain unchanged, including the proposed capital improvement projects, community group funding allocations, and other budget recommendations presented for City Council consideration. Staff is seeking City Council direction regarding the proposed budget modifications, the proposed dual budget format, and any additional changes that should be incorporated into the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 budget prior to its consideration for adoption on June 22nd, 2026. So in this first, go back to the May 11th slide. So the May 11th slide here just highlights our original position that we presented to the City Council as part of budget study session number 2. Go on to the next slide, please. And this updated slide now reflects the actions taken by City Council thus far, the recommendations from the Budget Ad Hoc Working Group, and staff recommendations. At this time, the Executive Management Team is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Drew, for the report. Before we hear any questions from the council, I do want to ask the city manager what the status is of the Magnolia Power Plant. That's always been a hot topic, and I think the residents like an update on that.
Sure. The City of Cerritos is a member agency on the Magnolia Power Plant project, the Magnolia Power Plant project, and has been a member for over 20 years. And that is one of many energy sources that supports the Cerritos Electric Utility. The electric utility has a partnership in the Magnolia Power Plant and also in a solar farm in the desert, as well as Hoover Dam. And the electric utility has been around, as I mentioned, for over 20 years. With prior council direction, we are currently evaluating the electric utility and options to potentially present to the City Council We're currently studying the ongoing potential viability of providing that service. So more information will be provided at a future time. As of right now, the electric utility remains in operation, and it is part of the proposed upcoming fiscal year budget.
Thank you, Robert. All right. Do we have any questions on the report given by Drew? Council colleagues, any questions?
Mayor.
Yes, I have one.
Jennifer, go ahead.
Okay. I think I'd like to also look at the funding for our community. I think we should also review on that. I would like to have the city manager to bring that up, and then let us also review the funding program, because the financial situation is different. So I would like to have also review on that as well.
And just for clarity, you're referencing community service agency funding. Is that correct, council member? Grant funds for community groups?
Yes.
Okay, so in the proposed budget, in cost center 421, we do have a line item that relates to funding for community groups. The City Council was previously provided a list of groups that have requested funding for the upcoming fiscal year, and a copy of that memo has been provided to the City Council. There is a list of about 10 agencies or so who are requesting funding. We have provided information to the council on the names of the groups, funding levels that were approved for the current fiscal year, and the funding request for the new fiscal year. I will note that most of the community groups are requesting no change in funding, the same amount as in the current fiscal year, with the exception of one group. But we'd be happy to discuss any particular groups or their requests if desired.
Yes, I like to, this is the report that generated January 29th, 2026. I would like to propose no any increase for budget 2026 to 27. Not to mention, I would like to propose to cut back some of the organizations funding for some of the organization like Community Family Guidance Center and also the Los Cerritos YMCA. For those two, I like to cut back some. And even Sukasa, I probably would like to cut back like 50%. So this is like the community service items. I think it's worthwhile we also take a look, because from what I'm looking at, we can probably cut back a lot of money out of there as well, because we would love to support all those organizations. However, when our own city is facing the budget deficit and we are asking the resident to cut back all the community services, I think this also we have to take care as a councilman from here. That's my suggestion. So I would like to have a consent to ask all my council colleagues to also consider and reconsider about this, and put it also as a discussion of part of the budget review.
Councilmember Hong, you can make a motion if you'd like. This is part of the budget process.
Yeah.
Can I please say something related?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Yokoyama, yes.
Because of the total budget, our total budget position of a 7.1 million deficit, we have to make some decisions. And so I'm glad that Councilmember Hong brought up the community organization funding requests. And I think that for the 26-27 fiscal year budget approval, we're going to have to make a tough decision to not fund community services agencies this fiscal year, only fund the senior services agencies. So I would be I feel like I need to address the 7.1 million deficit, I would be willing to cut the community services agency's funding requests to zero, except only keep First CEB Adoption Committee, and then keep the senior services agencies. That's what I would feel forced to do in this budget constrained situation that we are facing in the 26-27 fiscal year.
Thank you. I think I have the same thing, same thought. And if after this discussion, or I'd like to make a motion to do what we were just talking about, we will keep the senior service agencies, same budget funding as 2025 to 2026, no increase.
I'm sorry, on what? On the senior services?
Senior service, yeah, agencies.
So you're not
No, this
inclined
one,
to do the 26-27 funding requests, the increase?
no
for senior-
increase, but we keep same budget at 2025 to 2026, same budget, no increase. I know it's a little bit increased, but I think we can, it's only one is $1,000, the second one is $850, the third one is $3,000. My propose to keep it as 2025 to 2026 approved funding with no increase. Plus, I do agree to support First CEB Adoption Committee for 1,500. I'd like to make a motion for that.
Robert, can you, we're still in discussion.
Oh, discussion, okay.
Robert, can you explain the increases on the senior services agencies and the need for it?
Thank you. Yes, to answer that, I'd actually like to defer to Annie Hilton, Director of Community and Cultural Services, who can elaborate on the services provided and the rationale behind the proposed increases.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. As reported to the City Council in the memo that was prepared in January, in the Community Services Agency's area, there was a $5,000 request in YMCA. That was because they were looking at expanding some of their programming in the area. In the cost center for senior services, there were some minor increases requested by Human Services Association. They were, and this is the cost center 422, these are all services for seniors. The care management, they were requesting $1,000, and this is just because their own operating costs have increased over time. And for the congregate meal program, they were asking for a slight increase, and this amount covers the daily Monday through Friday congregate meals as well as some special holiday meals. So I imagine they could certainly accommodate whatever funding the council would like to potentially provide, and they could adjust, for example, fairly easily the scope of the holiday offerings where we have extra decor and special things to commemorate certain holidays. And the home-delivered meals, again, they are having operating cost increases, so they were asking for an additional $3,000. As we all know, fuel costs have increased and labor costs do increase over time. So those were the three areas that Human Services Association was requesting some funding increases.
And I will note, just for clarification, on the second item, which is congregate and holiday meals, we do have the numbers flipped on the two columns. So the lower number, which is 23,500, is the current number, and the new fiscal year is the 24,000 plus number. Is that correct, Annie?
That's correct, and that actually equates to a $1,000 increase, not an $850 increase.
Thank you.
I see it as an $850 increase. The difference between 24,350 and 23,500.
Oh, yes, sorry, my apologies. I'm reading a note that's incorrect here.
Okay.
But we did transpose the numbers.
I see.
So my apologies on 25-26 compared to 26-27.
Okay.
Is the HSA meals provided in the senior center only provided to Cerritos residents, and is the home delivered meals only delivered to Cerritos residents?
So the congregate meal program offered within the senior center, that is not limited only to Cerritos residents. HSA receives funding from the state of California, which comes down oftentimes from the federal government as well. And so they do have regulations in terms of who needs to be served with that funding. So the congregate meal program, you just need to be age 62, I believe, and older to take advantage of that very nice service. The home delivered meals, that is limited to people within the city of Cerritos.
Any more questions?
Mayor, can I
Yes.
say something about this one? This is regarding the Community Service Call Center 421. You know, I see the item there. You know, I was wondering, because I absolutely agree, Council for Mayor, Mr. Yokoyama's talk about first CEB. She want to reserve that one, also, what other one, but I also see some other area. When you say cut right away, but you have to do some study, who we should cut, who shouldn't cut. You know, who the service really, some of the service, like one of the things we're talking about, children, community family guidance center, that one has a lot of city, and they are exposed to, and they do receive a lot of fundraising. So that one, I think I would like to cut it, but I think you cut completely out, it is hard for them, although some of the city are serving with us. So maybe we can do cutting like 50 to 70%. And then versus the Distinguished Young Woman, that program has served a lot of local school kids and do provide a scholarship to that. I don't recommend to cut them out completely. I think we should reserve that for them because they don't have that much funding out there. Even though fundraising, they're not doing a great job as compared to Community Family Guidance Center. By review the YMCA, the services I went back to look the binder that we have in the office, apparently not many as compared in the past. So that agreed to cutting off. So maybe we can go, I don't know how we're going to run, Mayor. I just need help on that. How do we run organizing to vote for yes and no on the item? Because some of the items I agree, some of the items I don't agree to cut completely.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. I'm in favor of keeping First CEB Adoption Committee, their funding request for $1,500. I'm also supportive of Distinguished Young Women for $3,000. Recently, I've been working with Distinguished Young Women leadership and inviting the girls to some of our ribbon cuttings as they were at the ribbon cutting of the Bessie, the milking time, Bessie the cow. So I'm looking forward to more involvement from them. Those are the two organizations I would fully support. I am open to any other recommendations from this council for the remaining community service agencies. It just depends. You guys can make your motions and we can just vote from there.
So you said two.
Distinguished Young Women and First CEB.
Okay.
I would be in favor of keeping, but the rest, you guys go ahead and make whatever motion you'd like and we can go from there.
What do you propose for Community Family Guidance Center, Councilmember Say?
I think we should cut to 75%, still give them a 25% to them. Because there are many cities get involved with that.
That's $5,625.
Is that what?
25%.
25%?
Only 25%? 25%.
Frank can calculate in his head. That's why I trust him.
You said 5,000?
Is that what you want?
I think so. I believe that.
I feel that if HSA is asking for an additional $4,850 to provide these important senior services, can Annie, can we is HSA really in need of this additional $4,850 that Councilmember Hong pointed out is an increase from last year?
In their application to the city, they actually submitted 3 different applications covering the 3 different areas in which they provide service. And they did indicate that they are in need of the increase in funds to continue the current level of services being provided. And we could certainly work with them with whatever funding level the council provides. The most challenging one might be the $3,000 increase for the home-delivered meals.
Yeah,
Again,
but that's the Cerritos residents,
Right.
Right, who cannot make it to the senior center.
Yes, and it's also for some people with disabilities as well can qualify for that service.
Yeah.
Can you-
I'm in favor of keeping all of the fund requests for 26, 27.
Okay, so
They're for our seniors. I've been to the congregate meals. They
Yes.
seem to be all Cerritos residents.
yes.
Okay.
I'm agree with that because it's actually only $4,850.
So you're changing your mind on the 25, 26?
Yes,
Okay.
I do agree after the explanation from Annie. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I changed my mind. I want to keep it as funding as proposed for the 2026 to 2027.
Okay.
Thank you.
How
Can
about
I-
the community service agencies? Do we have any recommendations for a motion?
Now, can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
So regarding, my motion is regarding community service agencies, community services agencies, cost center 421. We approve 1,500 to First CEB Adoption Committee, $5,625 to Community Family Guidance Center, and $3,000 to Distinguished Young Women. Only those three.
I second it.
And
I'm sorry,
then-
I didn't catch the number on Community Family Guidance Center.
$5,625.
Okay.
Which is 25%
Uh-huh.
of the funding request. And then $3,000 for distinguished young women, and for senior services agencies, cost center 422. The city council approves the 26-27 funding request.
Second by Sophia.
Before we take a full vote, I would encourage the council to open up public comments first on this and the rest of the agenda item.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
Okay.
Please come up and,
Is it okay that I made the motion at this time?
Yes, you can always make the motion, and it can also be seconded. Just don't vote on it until we close public
thank you.
comments.
If you'd like to make a comment, do we have the iPad or is it a blue card?
This is all of 9B.
Oh, this is all of,
We
we're
are
not
on
done.
9B.
Oh, then we're not done yet.
Then my
Okay.
suggestion would be to ask your questions
Yes.
of the city staff.
Oh, yeah, we're not done yet.
Thank you.
Okay, so Frank, we'll hold that motion? Okay, thank
Okay.
you. I think what we're gonna end up doing is bifurcating motions.
Okay.
This one motion is in particular to, funding requests, and then certainly we have to go over, other,
I can make it again later.
thank you, Frank, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
So regarding page 2 of the agenda report, City Council directed budget adjustments. So I thought we were informed that the Alper trailer was leased and the speedometer trailer was, we were gonna get the cost to buy one. But in the agenda report, it shows that we're gonna be purchasing an Alper trailer for $36,000. It's proposed to purchase an Alper trailer for $36,000 and lease a speedometer trailer. That's reversed from what was said at the meeting.
And you are correct, council member, and it was noted in the presentation, the oral presentation, the correction. So it is correct. And so the third bullet should read lease of an additional mobile ALPR trailer. And then the fourth bullet should read purchase of an additional radar speed trailer. You're correct. And we will note that in the final adopted budget as noted by the city council previously.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding the budget on item 9B?
Question. There's a few recommendations here has been made. Some I support, some I don't. This is what we're going to go into right now. The recommendations such as the cuts in the primary 2026 budget. There's some area I wish not to be cut. How do we go for today?
Okay, which ones are you questioning? So just to let you know, what is in the item 9B packet are cuts, are suspensions of services as recommended by staff. These services and the dollar amounts are recommended as a cut. To make a change would add it back into the budget. So let's
That's
go.
1 year cut you're talking about, right?
We're hoping, yes. Right now, we're talking about the 26-27 fiscal year. So these are suspensions only for the 26-27 fiscal year.
One of the things, item 1C, which is administrative activity in public.
Okay, she's talking about number 1C.
1C.
What is that, trash?
The
Weekend trash?
Yeah.
Okay.
It really bothers me on the weekend, as I don't know if start not service or not. The weekend in the what do you call Heritage Park really dirty. I think I showed you the picture about overfilled trash on this weekend, especially Sunday.
So,
So I was
I'm sorry
wondering-
to interrupt you, but
Yes,
you know
go
what? There
ahead.
was an explanation for that. I think it was either Pam or Cindy when we were in the ad hoc working group, the clarification on the Sunday trash. Like it's picked up on Friday, not on Saturday, and then on Sunday. Can you explain that?
Sure, I can explain
Appreciate
that.
it.
So
Thank you, Mayor.
currently, city staff, public works staff does trash collection on weekdays, daily on weekdays at our parks. On weekends, our full-time staff is not here. We have a contracted service that does trash pickup on Saturdays and Sundays. The proposal was to cut that weekend service in half. So rather than coming on both days, just come on one of the days, probably at the midpoint, so Sunday morning, to pick up whatever is there. What it means is whatever additional trash accumulates on Sundays would then be picked up Monday morning by our city staff.
Thank you. I'm glad you explained to me. And then suspension of spring fling and firework and spectacular, those kind of things, they merge with the other activity or just independent, it's totally cutting out. I just need more definite information on that. On 2G, the spring fling. Are you merging with the, it seems like talent show, festival of friendship activity, food courts, this is going to be merging as one?
So if I could actually defer to the ad hoc working group, because the change
Yes.
was proposed by the committee, the working group. Originally, the proposal was not to have the event, but there has been a request to come up with an updated program. If you can.
Right. Just to let the community know, there is an ad hoc budget committee. It's myself and Councilmember Hong that serves on this committee. It's an ad hoc committee, and so we went over the budget cut recommendations, and some of the notes here say some of the recommendations. So these are suspensions for events and services for 26-27 fiscal year. So their question on the suspension of spring fling and fireworks spectacular, I believe we talked about canceling the fireworks spectacular because it's no longer free to us. We have to pay. And that we were going to combine Festival of Friendship activities into 2G.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you, though. Appreciate it for explanation.
Yeah.
I also need to, under 2O and 2P.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I think also 2Q was going to go into
2PQ.
2G.
2G. Okay.
2Q.
But my questions are 2O and 2B.
2O.
Summer, Thursday
the summer
summer
programs?
concert.
Yes, what's your
I
recommendation?
understand you're going to cut complete, but I wish I wanted 2 events at least. This is a service to community, get together, have fun. This is a very traditional to our city, as well known by the resident. So I would like to propose both of them, 2O and 2B, at least give it 2 events in there.
City Manager, what's
Each.
the feasibility on bringing back a summer concert? Because it has been canceled. What's the feasibility of bringing back 1 or 2 for this summer?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Those events were canceled. We previously notified the city council that those, for this calendar year, those events would be canceled because we had to notify the artist well ahead of time. If a decision had been made at this point to cancel, we would have had potentially some contractual issues. So as of now, there are no concerts or family showcase events scheduled. I will see if Annie can comment on whether it's possible to add one this summer, perhaps later in the summer, but it's possible that many of those acts have already been booked elsewhere.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lopez. For the current fiscal year, it may be challenging to bring back the performers. We did inform everybody who had previously been scheduled. We let them know that due to budget constraints, we needed to cancel the summer concerts and the family entertainment showcase. And so we could certainly look, there's a lot of great talent in Southern California. So if the council would like us to pursue presenting a concert or 2 and some family entertainment showcase, the Tuesday family nights, we could certainly see what talent is still available. Again, there are a lot of performers for children within the region, and we would also please need just clear direction in terms of next fiscal year as well.
One of the things I don't understand in here is had not been proved it and it was just and be discussing here. How could you cut the program right away? Is it common practice in here?
I did inform the city council prior to making that decision. It was an administrative decision because of the timing involved. But I did provide prior notice.
Can we try to put it back at late August, prior before school start? Let the family have fun. At least something we can do for our residents.
Councilmember Say that could be your motion if you'd like, but we'll take up the motion later.
So,
So
you wanna
just
make a
keep that.
motion?
No, we're going to go out through all the discussions, and at the end, everybody will make their motions.
Okay, thank you.
So if you want to make a motion, put that down.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
second thing, last part is July 4th. I see that nothing in here, the budgeting there. Are we still having July 4th? That's a big day for me.
There is the July 4th event for this year, July 4th, 2026, is happening. It has been scheduled. We've advertised. There are no changes planned for this year's event. What we would like some discussion and direction on is whether to, what the council would like to do for the next fiscal year, July 4th, 2027 event. Because a lot of the planning for that happens in the prior fiscal year, including some of the expenditures. So we would need to know now what the intent or desire is for the 2027 July 4th event.
I guess one more thing, 2S, suspension of the lead Cerritos program. I thought I saw someplace it was still recommended continue that lead the Cerritos program.
It does. It says expenditures fully restored.
Fully restored. Okay, you're right. You're right. I missed that fully restored. Okay, thank you. That is it for me.
Any other questions from this council?
Yes,
Yes, thank you, Frank.
thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to say that, I've really been I've been trying to figure out how to deal with this budget constrained situation that Cerritos is in. Over $7 million budget deficit. And, I see the tough decisions, the tough cuts made in the attachment to this agenda report, including reflecting the discussion we had on in May 11. So I am going to bring up during the motions changing my position on the CCPA programming. It really is hard for me. I wish I didn't have to change my position, but we do need to figure out ways to cut expenses, and I will be bringing up during the motions to go back to the reduction in CCPA programming of 20%, which will result in a reduction of expenses of $791,000. And I also am going to be talking about I'm the one who asked for the speedometer trailer, and it was told, we were informed by Ryan and this agenda report that the purchase of a speedometer trailer is going to be $10,000. And I think what I'd rather do is have, I'd rather save that $10,000 for something else, council colleagues, instead of getting another speedometer trailer, which was a goal of the speedometer trailer, was to provide safety in our residential neighborhoods by reducing speeding cars, reminding them with the speedometer trailer that they're going fast. I would like to instead have our public safety and city manager's office explore the option in our city, in our residential neighborhoods, of speed humps, which was brought up by our community members. Speed humps are a newer technology that promotes speed calming in our residential neighborhoods. And they have been implemented in the city of Alhambra. And I have provided the article about Alhambra's recent implementation of speed humps to the city manager's office. And I think we should explore speed humps, implementing speed humps in our residential neighborhoods, perhaps maybe a trial basis someday, maybe even in fiscal year 26-27, someday, maybe in Granada Park, where we've had public comments from Granada Park residents that they would like to have speed humps on Pine Creek and Canyon Creek and Indian Creek. So I ask for consensus from my council colleagues. I'll make a motion regarding the budget item of the speedometer trailer later, but I ask for council consensus for City Hall to bring the city council back informational memo regarding the implementation of speed humps in City of Cerritos residential neighborhoods, just like it was recently started and being implemented in the city of Alhambra.
I concur.
Thank you, council
That's
colleagues.
a great one.
You have
really.
consensus.
Thank you, council colleagues.
Anybody else? Questions? Okay, I have a few questions. City manager, because of the failure of the C4 well, the city has had to import water. Are we still importing water?
Currently, we are.
Okay, so
Yes.
reserves are being used for emergencies such as this, and that's what the reserves are for emergencies, correct?
Correct.
Correct, thank you. There's also a recall initiative and water initiative that could possibly be in the ballot next fiscal year. This will cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars to run the election. Have these amounts been budgeted into this combined financial program?
No, they have not.
Okay, thank you. I know we have agreed that we will that the city will no longer sponsor Ube Fest. However, they will be back because they pay their way. But that leads me to the farmers market. Currently, they don't pay for the parking lot, unlike Ube Fest, who pays for the rental of the parking lot. So I'm looking forward to a report back on how we can generate more revenue by leasing out the parking lot at the CCPA. Is that in the works, city manager?
Yes, I don't have a specific timeline at this point.
Yes, thank you. Also, I noticed here on some of the suspensions that there was recommendation to close 1 day a week on our senior center. And we already are closed at the library. I think in our budget discussion, Councilmember Hong, we talked about possibly opening all 7 days, however, with a shorter work day, shorter,
Hours.
operating hours. So, let's be real. We cannot open all 7 days on a full schedule. So we're trying to maybe reopen the library, but on a very limited operating hours. So is that something that staff can come back with a report on what it would look like?
We could, yes, we can do that. Because it's a potential change in work schedule, that would potentially be a mean confer item. But yeah, we can provide preliminary information for discussion.
Thank you. That would be.
Mayor, can I ask a question about this one?
Yes.
since the budget reductions should be evaluated on both the services side and the staffing side. When you cutting the 1 day a week of the service that we have, what's going to happen to our staffing? You cutting the part-time, or
I think that's what he's going to come back with the report.
you're going to come back to us to report for that further?
You're speaking generally, though, for all facilities?
Yeah, all facilities, because you cut 1 day a week.
Yes, so if, with any of the proposed cuts in service 1 day a week at any facility, the savings that are realized do come from fewer hours worked by part-time staff. Because there are less man-hours needed for the facility within a 1 week period.
I hate to challenge the staff in here matter. When you have, what do I say? You're cutting 1 day, so that definitely the services is not there, and then you staff need to cut too. To the point, I personally, my experience, when they happen like that, not just cutting part-time person, you look into the full-time people. The full-time people, you pay health insurance, you pay for the pension. I know we have union people right here, but during the budget cut, we do need to have to look both sides. When there's reduction, I'm not gonna say laying out, listen to me careful, not laying out, not cut the people, but when the people resign, maybe it's a good time for us to think about sometime hire a part-time person, it won't hurt, replace the full-time position. We do save some costs in the future too. That's just my recommendation on that. Yeah.
Anybody else?
Can I make some
Yes.
comments?
One more.
A question?
Yeah, one more.
Uh-huh.
And I am concerned the number 4, public infrastructure and maintenance.
Okay,
and
hang on just a
landscaping.
second. Let's get to that page.
Number four, yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to hear from staff. You know, I realize that one of the major problems we had in the past is a so-called maintenance issue there. A lot of things was not put in the budget and maintenance. Now you holding I just want to hear from the staff. And when you're holding back those reduction, those tree services, the maintenance operation thing, it's kind of holding us back to what we're in the previous with the water things. Or it won't hurt too much just 1 year we're holding that maintenance, cut on the maintenance. Number 4C, all of them.
Yeah, so the overarching comment for these items is that because we have a fixed amount of money, we need to prioritize. And so the recommended budget that we presented before you does include this sort of maintenance. For example, you mentioned 4C. There's a proposed reduction in the sidewalk repair program. The proposal still does include sidewalk repair. We're just slowing the process because of limited funding. Still do the most critical sidewalk repairs within the given year, but there's reduced funding, so that work would just be spread out over a longer period of time, over many more years. So many of these are reductions, not wholesale eliminations or suspensions. One suspension that is noted here is the first item, 4A, and that's the suspension of the annual pine tree reforestation program. We do understand that is a desire for residents, but because there are other critical items, again, it was sort of ranked in terms of priority. This was proposed to be at least suspended in this upcoming fiscal year, possibly brought back in a future year if additional funding is available.
Back what you said, the funding issue there, on your May 11, 2026, under 2026 to 2027 preliminary budget, you have on page 31, you have general fund, you have a general fund miscellaneous, special revenue fund, capital project fund. All the revenue that reserve money we have totals 141. I would just wonder, can we use some of them to at least, it's hard for me to sit in here, cut everything away, the services. It's really tough. You know, in the past, I don't know what happened. I'm not going to criticize what happened in the past, but I'm talking about today. That my head's out there for cut, and I have to face the residents. Those is revenue here. Can we touch any there?
So yes, the answer to that question is that the first item, the general fund which has a projected balance of about $48.5 million. That is what we're talking about. The number on the slide, which was a roughly $7 million total deficit, that $7 million will come out of that $48 million. Other funds listed here have special requirements tied to them, so they cannot be used for any purpose. They have specific purposes they're used for, but the general fund is what we're talking about. And just to illustrate that, in the same, so we were looking at page 31 of this agenda item 9B. Page 35 of agenda item 9B, we show in a graphical form what that general fund reserve balance looks like over time. There's green, yellow, and red bars. If we continue at a pace of net deficit, that general fund reserve will be depleted over a number of years.
Plus, we have to take into account emergencies, like I had mentioned earlier, with the water well going down.
I agree with you. 'Cause
And we are still paying for
I know.
imported water.
But we must have found some other way. I mean, take some of this from here and find another way. I hate to bring it back again. Maybe it's not a discussion. Sales tax is one of the opportunity for the future. I look in other city and look ourselves. You know, I feel really bad, and I feel. I mean, if we cut so much from everywhere, when you have a reserve money here, it's 141. One of them all of them together, can we take some from 1%? Just 1% will save some, cutting all the service that we're supposed to provide, or some maintenance that we need.
Although several cuts listed here were noted, and this is primarily capital improvement projects, we do still have recommended in this fiscal year's budget approximately $24 million in projects. This includes street maintenance, some amount of sidewalk repair, some other forms of maintenance, including facility maintenance. So want to be clear that we're not completely deferring maintenance. We just have to prioritize given a constrained amount of funding available. We also have included in the budget document an appendix which is found beginning on page 358 of the budget. It's an unfunded project list. It's Appendix E of the budget. This is an ongoing list of projects that staff has identified of items that need to take place, work that has to happen. We simply just don't have the money for it. And so it's listed here so that we don't forget about it. But in this upcoming fiscal year, we just had to prioritize, and what is recommended is prioritized, and these are projects that either have outside funding or have been deemed critical in terms of health and safety.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry.
I know. I know. I realize, it's hard to cut, and I know the community is finding it hard that we've had to make these cuts. And I'd like to think of them as temporary suspensions for now. Like I said, we are only considering the 26-27 fiscal year. If we're in a better place next year, certainly we can bring back some of these suspensions. And I'd actually like to propose that we have a mid-year budget review, see where we're at. So, you have a question?
I'd like to make some comments.
Oh, we're on questions.
After yours.
We're doing questions, and we're going to go to public comments, and then we can make our comments.
Okay.
I know that Councilmember Yokoyama wanted to reverse his vote on the CCPA. I can certainly understand that, Council Member. My only concern is that if we do not have an arts education program, it will be very hard to get donors as we get our donor development program going. I know from working with Supervisor Hahn, some of the criteria that's placed when we give discretionary funds is if there is programming for kids. So it's just difficult to get those big donors. That's my comment on that. I also wanted to bring up council travel. I do want to address what's being said about my travel to the Philippines last year. My travel expenses was well within our travel budget. My travel required approval from the city council, in which they did approve. And as a result, we developed a sister city relationship with San Carlos, Pangasinan in the Philippines. Sister cities come at the request of the requesting organization. The process is laid out in our policies. And since then, that organization has brought cultural programming to the city, specifically at the Cerritos Library. And in addition to that, the governor of Ilocos Norte, who I met on my trip, was here visiting Los Angeles a few weeks ago, and and she actually requested to meet with me. And in our conversation, she informed me that they are starting to ship products from her region to sell at Seafood City and Island Pacific, both of which are food markets in the city of Cerritos. That's economic development. That is goal number 4 of our strategic plan. So to say that sister cities do not bring value, I'd happy to sit with you and discuss. Actually, I'd like to see more sister cities, but unfortunately, we have not received any requests from any other organizations. But as to our council travel, at our last meeting, we had a majority approved to cut our travel with Councilmember Hong and Say in agreement. I'm bringing it up again as we did not vote last time. We currently have a shared fund of $50,000. Just like our departments, we need to cut, and I'd like to recommend a cut of 50% as well, and it's just for this year. I think we can all live with a 50% cut for 1 year, which would make our travel budget $25,000, which is about $5,000 a piece. Again, that is just for this year. I realize that not all of us travel, so therefore, perhaps the remainder of your travel fund could be used by others. I think maybe we can allocate those funds to give priority to the delegate that belongs to the organization that is hosting a particular conference. I just want to hear from my council colleagues on that. Yeah.
Later, right? Because this is questions,
this is
not
questions.
comments.
Yeah, so I will be making a motion later then. If there's nothing else, I will go ahead and
excuse
open up
me.
for public comments.
Before that, can I say some suggestions? I would also like to see a comprehensive operation efficiency review, including technology upgrades, like we can have the AI system helping, and the permit processing times, and procurement practices, overtime trends, consulting, contract, fleet management, facility utilization, and opportunities to streamline internal procedures. I think the residents would like to know this portion as well as part of the operation. I just want to make sure that we're transparent and then let the residents that knowing that we are doing the work efficiently, and that's why I think the resident need to have this kind of report. I like to have the consensus for that.
Is that going to cost us money?
No, we can just have the city manager or Drew to do that internally. We don't need to ask for outside consultant.
I'm not really sure of the request, so I'm going to decline consensus.
Well, my consensus is to know the the city actually operation efficiency review, because I heard a lot of people are complaining about the permits takes too long, and we have overlay of staff, and I just want to make sure we are not in that position, and I think we owe residents a more clear report about that, a review, a better report about that.
What I will share on the topic of permits is the council previously approved a project to develop an online permit portal. Configuration on that work is currently underway. We do plan to roll that out for implementation completion in October or in the fall of this year. But staff is currently working on that. We are also at the very tail end of upgrading our finance workflow system for processing payments. So we actually have staff training underway right now. And so we are continually, thanks to the funding that has been provided in the budget up to date, we are continuously implementing technologies to improve our workflows and our processes. So that work is underway, and I'm happy to report that, and thanks to the hard work of our team, that we are doing that.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open it up for public comments. I don't see it on my screen. For this, okay, the first one.
Colleen.
I'm sorry, we're gonna call you up. We'll be calling you up. Thank you. Okay, please do so. Thank you. We have Charles Suter, excuse me, and after that, Raymond Kim.
not going to have time to go through everything I have written out there as far as city budget goes. So I'm going to focus on just a couple of main things. I'm assuming that the total budget deficit is around 15 million. That includes the deficit that was shown here and the $7 million in reductions. You have two main options. The first one is the 1% sales increase. If you can get that through, problem solved. You'll have $20 million to spend any way you want, $5 million more than the budget deficit. However, you have to get that through the city approval first. If that fails, then you got to do more budget cutting. And I mean big cuts. And I hate to see that happen because I appreciate the city staff. That may require a head count reduction of somewhere between 20 and 30%. A lot of bloodletting. My option is kind of a blend. Maybe not so much of a tax increase and maybe not so much of a cut in city staff. But I want to focus my attention on item number 3. The city owns a $100 million asset. That's its market value. And you would think that that asset would earn a revenue for the city, but it doesn't. It costs us $3 to $6 million a year to facilitate that asset. Why does the city need to own it? There are 1,000 billionaires in the state of California, many who are philanthropists and patrons of the arts. Let them own it. Cut that $3 to $6 million deficit. Take that $100 million that you're going to get when you sell it and put it into an endowment fund. In fact, I would call it the Cerritos Wealth Fund. According to the rule of, the economic rule of 72, the interest rate that's going to likely earn conservatively from 7 to 5% will double that money in 10 years. So that 100 million becomes 200 million, and it doubles every year after that. There's a perpetual source of revenue there if you take advantage of it. In fact, the city could actually, at a certain point, start taking some of those funds out for its own expenditures. So I encourage you to consider this third option. Don't have a chance to explain it all, but at least you have a blueprint of what that will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suter. Next, we have Raymond Kim.
Okay, thanks again for the opportunity to speak. You know, when I hear everything just cuts, we're really missing the big, huge elephant in the room, which is, you know, and I really want everyone to remember this, you know, going forward, is overhead cuts. We really need to implement overhead cuts because that's one way we could save $3.6 million right off the bat. So the water fund, when we look at the water fund, the overhead allocated to the water fund for the past 10 years, it went up 208%. So it went from, you know, what is this, 1.4 million to 4.3 million, just in overhead expenses to the water fund. Now, during the same time, the cost to operate the water fund, like the people actually, you know, pumping the water, making sure the pipes are clean, everything, that only went up 26%. The cost to operate our water only went up 26%, but our overhead went up 208%. It tripled. Now, during that same time, the overhead in every other department outside of water and sewer only went up 6%. So the argument isn't that overall costs increased. It's that overhead everywhere else only went up 6%, but just the water fund, it tripled. And that's, it's just so this is just basically using all this extra expense and just stuffing it in the water fund, telling residents this is your fault. You guys are greedy for wanting cheap water. So we need to quadruple your rates. Like if a wife and husband did this, this would be like this would be like the most toxic relationship ever. And I don't think anyone would want, their city to treat you like this. Okay, and also, okay, so that's just the water fund. The sewer fund operating costs have actually decreased 23% in the past 10 years. But the overhead allocated to the sewer fund went up 187%. Now, let me read you some of these line items to the water fund. $742,000 was allocated to the water fund from human resources. Really? This is not part of the direct operating of the water system. And you could find all this on Cerritos TV. All the line items are there. Now, one thing is, each 2 to 3% COLA increase costs our city $14 to $20 million when you look at the present value of all those future increases. So it's really important that the city manager is, when the contract is renewed,
Thank you. Raymond, your time is up. Next, we have Steve Patel, and after that is Camille.
Good evening, City Council members, and Mayor, and the city staff also. Is this thing on? Can you hear me?
I can
Okay,
hear you.
Sorry.
Yes.
So I'm trying to, first I want to get, hopefully somebody can explain, on the sheet that was passed out, we have theater expense as 8.7% of the total expenditure.
I'm sorry, what thing are you talking about?
This is that was outside.
Oh, I see, okay.
So if you look at that, and so I'm trying to calculate it, and that's about $11 million that's going to the Performing Arts Center and art education. I don't have on here, I don't have a breakdown. But if we're spending $11 million on the Performing Arts Center, and it shows it here as expenditure, but there's no revenue from that. I don't see any line item on the revenue side that says how much is the Performing Arts Center bringing in. So that's a question. I don't know what the answer is. The other question I have is, if we're spending $11 million a year, or approximately, for Performing Arts Center, the Performing Arts Center should be a luxury item that when the budget is fixed and we have surplus, yes, go ahead and fund the Performing Arts Center. It's not a necessity. We are cutting senior funding for a couple of $1,000s. I don't think that's fair to the seniors. They've paid their taxes. They deserve it. All the other cultural programs, that's what keeps this community together. It's a glue in our community. Cutting those, and we're talking about a few $1,000s. And here's a $11 million behemoth that's sucking up a great deal of our budget. It's almost 9% of our budget that's going into the Performing Arts Center. So my question is, how does that work? We're not giving it to the community, our community, but it's going to the Performing Arts Center, where people buy tickets. So increase the ticket prices if they can't afford to keep it running. But why are we funding it? I don't understand it. So that's a question I would love to understand, because I read some of the city budget reports and I can't decipher it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just know that we do have an economic impact study that is being developed, and we should have that report by early winter, and it will clearly lay out some of the revenues that do come in through ticket sales, as well as those that we can't easily quantify, such as people going out to dinner during programming nights. The theater is part of the facilities that we do fund, such as the library, the golf course, the community safety center. Some people don't use the library, but we pay for it anyways. But just to give you an example, the delta on a theater department is only 2.7 million. It is not a negative 11.1 million. The delta is 2.7 million, whereas the delta on the library is negative 5.7 million. All right, next is Camille, but we're happy to explain more, Mr. Patel, if you'd like. Staff here can definitely talk to you about it, or you can call City Hall and they'll be able to meet with you and they can explain it to you. Thank you.
The other two residents basically said what I wanted to say, but I'll just make it brief that when it comes to budgets and making cuts, everything needs to be fair game, including the Performing Arts Center. I know it's some people's favorite, I understand, but the audacity to not have any reductions to that, but our seniors have to face reductions. Our children, you guys everyone loves to brag about ABC Unified School District here. The library is for the kids. The blue ribbons, all that the schools are getting, the kids are going to the library. So you want to cut the library hours, you want to cut senior services, but you want to keep performing arts. That's untouchable. That's ridiculous. Do better.
Do we have any other speakers? Are you filling out to speak, sir? Okay. Go, yeah, just fill it out after your. Go ahead and come up to the podium. That's fine. Thank you. You can fill it out after you're done speaking. Just state your name for the record, please.
Sorry, y'all. My name is James Castillo. This is my first time coming to one of these events. Actually, my parents just sent me over here, but but as a social worker, I do, and a music fan, I do have kind of like a rare opinion on this. I feel because honestly, I appreciated seeing Smokey Robinson so close to home for a cheap price. But I think we are overlooking one piece here, is that the theater was built to make revenue, but the library wasn't made to make revenue. It is more for us to be informed and be knowledgeable, right? So when we're talking about budget, I don't know like who the dude was that was talking here about the budget and everything. I think we are failing to consider the purposes of why those establishments were built, right? And that is, again, theater is for revenue, concerts, getting income through people going on date nights, right? As part of the show-going experience. It's like a mini version of LA Live. But you can't compare apples and oranges, right? Because the library is not to entertain. So how do you expect it? The way I see it, a library is an investment. It's not something that's even a bad example, because some investment, like you want to get some monetary value back, right? But the investment that we're putting in the library is not going to come back to, or may not come back to us in monetary value, but we see how ABC is performing, how our children and our future generations of Cerritos residents will be successful, right? And I grew up in Bellflower, personally. So we don't have great libraries in Bellflower. So we would make the bus ride or car ride to the Cerritos Library to avail internet, books that our libraries don't have, to do researches. So again, your impact by cutting hours to the Cerritos Library doesn't just impact our kids here in our city, but may be affecting the kids from surrounding neighboring cities who avail our services. So just wanted to, food for thought. Think about it, Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I believe in a previous staff report, Jeff, we did say that the theater was not built to generate, correct? Yeah, can you say that briefly, please? To make a profit.
Excuse me. Yes, thank you for the question. The previous report did state that the theater was never designed to generate a profit. It's part of the general fund, and one of its primary goals is to be an economic development lever and tool for the city to continue to grow and be more sustainable through things like sales tax and TOT tax.
Correct. And I think it's the only department in the city that generates the sizable revenue that we need, correct?
It is the only department in the general fund that's generating significant revenue and trying to pay for itself. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If we don't have any do we have any more people wanting to speak? Okay, please come on up. Please state your
My
name.
name is Saul Lozada.
Yes, thank you.
As a resident of this dear city, I don't see why you need $5,000 to drive all over. If you guys are serious, cut all the money for the budget for travel. If you guys are serious, cut all the machines, because when you see one of those machines that tell you how fast you're going, people don't care. You know what they care about? Is that man over there. Get him more money. Get him more sheriff. Start doing what this city is supposed to do, is take care of us. You want to cut the senior center for a day? Have at it. You want to cut all those things that you were saying that are so important? Have at it. You guys are playing. When you don't have any money, you don't have anything to say. You cut them and you say, hey, we don't have the money. You guys are making excuses. You want to bring up that somebody's recalling you? I don't care. Those were decisions you made. If you got to stand up, put your big girl panties on, and say, yes, I made these decisions, I'm sorry, or oh, it's okay. And have at it, and that's it. Because you can't say that. We are having a problem. This city doesn't have a problem with money. It has problems with spending. You talk about, I go to the senior center every day. There's places that the concrete's 4 inches above the other concrete. And it's been that way for 17 years that I've been going there. You bring in people to bring in new trees, maple trees, or excuse me, I'm not going to say what kind of trees they are, but they're within 2 feet of the darn sidewalk and the curb. 20 years from now everything has to be replaced. How much does that cost? Come on, let's think a little bit around here. You guys are complaining that you're making cuts? Who cares? Cut it. If you got to cut a few of these people, give me more of him. I don't give a damn about these people. I want him. I'm tired of seeing them show up on my street because somebody's tried to break in. I'm tired of all the obligations. Oh, the homeless are over here and they can't do nothing. He has laws that he can use if you say to use them, or if the county says to use them. Mr. Polito, you wanted to go to up front to Sacramento.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is up. Your mic is actually off.
You said you wanted the water bill. Okay, if you're going to Sacramento, that would be the first thing you would tell me, please don't go up there. Because the simple fact is, if you pass the water bill, what the heck are you going to do to us for the rest of our lives? Because right now, everybody is paying too much taxes. And yet they're not getting anything for it. You want to put humps in the street? Sereno Small has bumps in it, and you can take them in and take them out. It don't cost hardly anything to put them in or out.
Sorry, sir, your time is up. Thank you.
All I'm going to ask you is quit being babies and just cut the stuff and go.
Thank you for your comments.
And quit worrying about what we're going to say because you're already at recall.
City Clerk, do we have any comments, remote speakers?
We have one speaker requesting,
Yes.
one participant requesting to speak.
Thank you.
Speaker Murali Vasudevan, please unmute your
Thank
microphone,
you.
begin your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Speaker.
We are actually standing at the finish line of the current budget planning process. And what we are witnessing tonight is a classic, deeply concerning game of being penny wise and pound foolish. If you look closely at what is happening, City Hall is presenting residents with a farce choice. On one hand, we see a list of painful, highly visible cuts targeted directly at the public, slashing our community calendar, reducing senior center hours, cutting community events, and cutting parkway tree maintenance. Then, like a scripted drama, A few popular programs are magically restored to make it look like our leaders are listening. This is nothing more than fear mongering, political theater designed to scare residents into swallowing a massive 1% local sales tax increase on the November ballot. A tax hike coming right on the heels of the recent crushing 300% water and sewer rate increases. Don't do that. But while city handles over thousands of dollars for a local festival or library materials, millions of taxpayer dollars are actively pouring out of the bottom of the boat. This council completely ignores the massive structural elephants in the room, like the multi-million-dollar annual drain subsidizing CCPA, the continued bleed of Cerritos electric utility subsidies, ever-climbing employee salaries and benefit packages with absolutely zero plans to right-size our city workforce, and most alarmingly, our ballooning unfunded pension liabilities, which now exceed a staggering 85 million and keeps growing out of control. Why are we doing this? Why are we threatening to close community centers over a few $1,000s while letting millions slide down the bureaucratic drain without a single clawback framework or structural reform? What is going on here? It is time to stop using resident services as political leverage. We need this council to stop the gimmicks now, get its priorities straight, and directly confront our actual long-term financial crisis. True fiscal sustainability means cutting the institutional fat at City Hall, not starving the residents of the services they already paid for. Again, last year you wasted 99% of the time to reduce the 2 million deficit to 400K. And in December, it went up again to 4 million. Please stop doing this insanity. Stop being penny wise and pound foolish. Enough is enough. Good night.
City Clerk, are there any other remote speakers?
At this time, speaker with the telephone number ending in 686, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Hi, hello. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, speaker.
First of all, I just want to say good evening, and I want to thank you guys for being available and taking my call. I'm watching this on the live stream, and I can see that you guys are going through a lot right now. But really, I would just like to ask, what are some ways a younger person, like a student at Cerritos College, can become more involved in the local city council?
Right now, we're doing public comments on item 9B. If you have any questions or concerns, I would recommend you call City Hall.
Okay, so just call the City Hall number, like on the website online.
Yes.
Okay, for sure. Well, thank you guys for your time. You guys have a good night.
real quick,
And thank you for what you guys do, really.
Do you need the name? Hello? I think.
Hello?
Yes, can you please identify yourself?
Oh, my name is Matthew Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
And the first name? Matthew?
Matthew?
Okay. Matthew, thank you, Matthew, for calling in.
Yeah, so you guys have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other remote participants requesting to speak at this time. For the record, I will announce that prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text and redacted copies of the 2 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 9B. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comments and bring it back to the council. I will entertain motions at this time. Please state your motion clearly for the city clerk, and we will take each motion individually.
Can I make a comment?
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, so, I just wanted to give some background again. I've said this before over the last couple of years. But relative to this 26-27 budget process, and I'm so glad that Mayor Johnson brought this up before the public comment or during the public comment, is that we have, we are not the city of Cerritos is not a for-profit business. The city of Cerritos is a city. We're a charter city. We have approximately 48,300 residents. This city council, we're doing the best job we can to make decisions and policy in the best interests of not 100 residents, not 1,000, not 5,000 residents, not 10,000. We're doing the best decisions and the best policy based on information provided to us primarily by the hardworking city staff for 48,300 residents. And we have city facilities that are valued, appreciated, attended, loved by those 48,300 residents, some of them, and visitors. So, for example, the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts has expenses of around $11 million for the budget, for the 26-27 budget. It has revenue of $8.5 million. It has a delta of minus $2.7 million. That delta, minus $2.7 million, provides shows and entertainment and children's programs, art and education program, facilities for rent for the community and visitors to our community. That delta is minus $2.7 million in the 26-27 budget. So when people say things like, stop spending $6 million a year on the CCPA, stop spending, someone came in here and said, stop spending $10 million a year on the CCPA. They don't understand that the CCPA is a unique facility in our city that brings revenue. And for the 26-27 budget, it's budgeted to bring in $8.5 million in revenue. And it's going to have a delta of minus $2.7 million. And I'm going to quickly say that kids love the CCPA.
Yes.
Kids love it. We have an art and education program where our two school districts, ABC School District and the Bellflower Unified School District, our Cerritos kids go to the ABC School District and the Bellflower Unified School District. They come to that art and education program for free. And kids from neighboring school districts outside of Cerritos come and enjoy our art and education program. And then we have shows for kids that are popular. So in November of 2026, we had Sesame Street Live, Elmo's Got the Moves, 2 shows. They were sold out. And if you saw all the families and their kids dressed up for Elmo in the CCPA, outside of the CCPA, going to the Cerritos Town Center, those kids were so happy to come to Cerritos, come to the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts, and buy tickets to go see Elmo. It's 2 sold-out shows. That's just an example of the CCPA providing family-friendly, kids-friendly entertainment. Now, the delta for the theater, CCPA minus $2.7 million in the 26-27 budget. Our library delta is minus $5.7 million, over $5.7 million. We have a negative amount of money coming out of our budget to the library, more than double the CCPA. So I'm not certain why people keep talking about getting rid of the CCPA, cutting the CCPA, privatizing the CCPA, and they don't talk about the library in the same way. So it seems inconsistent to me when a critic of the CCPA completely ignores the fact that the delta of the library is more than double. Minus 5.7 over minus 5.7, bigger, it's a minus $5.7 million plus delta for the library, more than double the CCPA. And then our senior center, delta is minus 1.3 over, it's a minus $1.3 million plus delta. That's about half of the CCPA. Okay? Considering that the senior center is for seniors, for a segment of our population, compared to the CCPA, which is available to everybody in our city, I think that's roughly something that the city council and city staff and our residents accept. We accept that we have a delta for our senior center in this, for the 26-27 budget. It's minus $1.3 million. The CCPA minus $2.7 million, and the library minus $5.7 million. That's the cost of a city like Cerritos that has nice things for the residents, to provide nice things to our 48,300 residents, plus their friends and visitors to the city who want to come to Cerritos and enjoy these nice things. But one thing that this city council has prioritized for all the years I've been on the city council, but especially this past 1 year plus with this city council, we have always prioritized number one, public safety and community safety. And that's why the delta in the 26-27 budget is around minus $22 million. We are committing expenses for public safety and community safety in the budget for over $23.5 million. So we are not ignoring safety. We are not cutting safety. We are not ignoring the fact that, as my friend Sal Lozada mentioned, the residents want safety. They want that man to provide safety. And that, okay, Mr.
Lozada, I'm going to ask you to please stop.
I hear what you said. I heard what you said. And that's why this city, I can say it, these words. Mr. Lozada, I can say these words.
I'm going to ask one more time
Mr.
to
Lozada,
please not be
I could
disruptive.
say these words. This city council in the 26-27 budget is fully funding public safety. We are giving the Cerrito that
Mr. Lozado, this is your last warning.
We are giving the Community Safety Office and the Cerritos Sheriff Station everything they've asked for. We have fully funded them in the largest amount ever in a city of Cerritos budget. Again, it is a delta. Well, no, again, it is expenses of over $23.5 million. That is our commitment, this city council's commitment to public safety, to prioritizing safety in our city. And that's why this city council, which came together in late March of 25, and had the chance since late March of 25 to work together, prioritizing safety in the city. That's why at the end of 2025, residential burglaries in 2025 compared to 2024 reduced 37%. There was 37% less residential burglaries in 2025, where this council worked together to prioritize safety and commit in June of 25 to fully funding public safety, just like we're committing again today to fully fund public safety. In 2025, residential burglaries went down 37% compared to 2024. And then, now it's 2026. And for 2026, continuing this city council's commitment to fully funding public safety and fully funding our Cerritos Sheriff Station, we got a report from Public Safety Manager Ryan Carey earlier this year, and so far in 2026, compared to 2025, residential burglaries are down 44%. So we're continuing to suppress and reduce residential burglaries. First, we did it 2025 compared to 2024. And for these first few months of 2026, we're continuing the reduction of residential burglaries from 2026 compared to 2025, 44%. So we're fully funding public safety. We're paying for a library, a Cerritos library that people love. We're paying for a senior center that seniors love. We're paying for a CCPA that visitors and patrons love. We have to put everything into a big picture and in context. So it's just it's interesting to me where people just keep pointing, or people point at the CCPA when its delta is not even half of the library, and its delta is a tenth of public safety.
I am going to ask you to please refrain from speaking.
And then one more thing.
I am going to give you one warning. This is
And then
not
one
a
more
time
thing-
for public comments.
And then one more thing is the CCPA, the previous city councils that considered and approved the CCPA, just like previous city councils approved the senior center, approved the library, those are services to the residents and visitors and patrons. The library, the senior center, the CCPA, the sheriff station, those are services that the city of Cerritos provides to the residents. None of them are supposed to be run for a profit. The city of Cerritos is not supposed to be a for-profit business. It's our job to provide policy and direction and make the decisions to serve all of the residents of Cerritos, not 100, not 1,000, not 5,000. We have to make the best decisions we can based on the information that's provided to us by the hardworking staff on what should we do for the 48,000 plus residents of Cerritos. Thank you, Mayor.
If I could ask the city manager to ask staff, in the over 30 plus years that the city has had the Cerritos Performing Arts, and with 30 plus years of previous councils always approving the budget for the CCPA, can you please briefly tell us the issues of contracting it out or selling it?
So there was direction given to look at the possibility. There was an RFP issued for contracting out services at the theater. We provided a summary of that to you at a recent meeting. I'm going to defer to Jeff Tilke, who can elaborate a little bit further on the discussion that occurred then.
Yes, I do recall that, Robert. I believe Mark was on council at the time, and you made the direction to do a study. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. There was an RFP that went out to see if there were any interested companies to contract and partner with the city to operate CCPA. There were no viable candidates, as I recall, and I believe the final ruling from, or the direction from the city council at the time was continue to operate the CCPA. which we've continued to do and strive to be as budget neutral as possible and make improvements along the way. We've made several, as we reported to you recently, in terms of budget impact. It is also interesting to note that when staff has studied options and opportunities to contract out the Performing Arts Center in that manner, there would likely be the need for a continued city subsidy anyway, in some form or another. What that means and what that could look like is any manner of things from ongoing facility maintenance, certain levels of staffing, contract compliance, and also, generally speaking, private companies are not in the business of losing money. Therefore, there would likely be some form of subsidy needed to cover any sort of losses or cover any sort of programming that would be required by the city. Ultimately, as it's operated now, the city, with city council direction, has complete control over the venue and its programming and its direction. So since that last direction and that RFP, the city has endeavored to operate CCPA in a responsible manner and making sure that we're trying to make very good decisions with the funding that has been granted by the City Council.
Thank you, Jeff. And you actually said exactly what I was thinking, is that if we lose control over programming and have it contracted out, the city would have no say-so on the programming. And actually that became an issue in the city of Irvine. Currently, city of Irvine is developing a performing arts center. It was to be contracted out. And when the residents found out and the council found out that that was not a good thing for them, they took that back and they decided to run their performing arts center instead of having it contracted out. For those that don't attend the CCPA, that's a big deal, to not be able to have control over programming. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Can we start, if there's no other comments, I'd like to start making motions.
Can I make
We
a
have lot of
comment? Can I make a comment?
Yes.
You know, when former mayor and current council member Mr. Yokoyama talking about the performance arts center, I'm 100% support you, which is true. When I first, as a resident, I think, man, that's too expensive place. I don't want to go. But after I got elected and I watched a couple of shows, I feel it's my responsibility to advocate to the Performance Arts Center. So I work in a hospital, so I go up and down, starting selling tickets to my coworker. And, you know, like the Beatle coming one, it was so cheap. It's like $67. I mean, I should not say too cheap. It's $60, $70. I think I can afford it. So I sold 11 tickets already. But what I'm looking for is, what is this? I'm looking at what originally Performance Arts Center, actually the history was really original built a Performance Arts Center, the venue for the community and the host concert, theater production, and cultural event. It opened in 1993. But however, I agree with him what he said. As a former ABC school board, the kids does enjoy. I watched a couple show there, and I saw my grandkids and their friend. They were so enjoying it. They were so, I can't afford the Arnold's and the Amos one, because that was kind of out of my hands. But I'm telling you, I saw my other friend, they went. They were so excited. There was some cultural exchange there too. Kids learn from the show. They learn to exchange culture, provide for the ABC school board and other city, LA people. You should see the kids were lying there, entire theaters were fulfilled. When I'm looking back myself, I know people against that say that's cost money, but original, it was set up for the resident to enjoy. However, we're not really enjoying that. We're trying to cover right now. It is a fun. If you buy one ticket, I guarantee you, you'll fall in love with that. I understand that. I understand. I do support my council member to cut some. I never say I'm not support, but I support it it's out of our city. It's the beauty of our city. You have a library there. When you go out, you know, other council member, I'm sorry to say, they want to come here. I have this lady, she told me she's a mayor pro tem, faraway city. She came, she bought a ticket for me, asked me to join with her. You know what she said? Make sure you keep this one. This is where and people are jealous of what we have. I want people to look the other side. it is to spend money, but it's not making money for. It was a perform to have us to enjoy, and let the kids grow from there too. But it's honor, it's a beauty. All I'm asking is work together to balance that. We're not really asking for more money. In the past, I even look at that. The 5K, I even say challenge and say, why we have to pay banana? Why can't we get free? A lot of things, the mind thinking set is different. I do want to make a little comment after my council former member, Mayor Frankie Omar said. The balance and prioritizing the budget is not that easy. There are some items I cannot support reducing, while others I believe can be reasonable, adjust based on our resident needs and feedback. If I review the budget process, I have realized that one thing that's really important, the factor that we should consider our community's culture. Cerritos is a city with many immigrant and hardworking middle-class families. Many residents value education and save careful. I am the one of them. We live within the means and expect the government to do the same. Historically, the city has provided many services at little or no cost. Like a council member, former Mayor Yokoyama said that very clearly, it's the services. I learned that until I got elected here position. I realized it's a service. I was wondering, how come we cannot balance the budget? How come we have to charge so little? When the school board, when we talk about swimming pool, I have no money, hey, increase the fee. We did. When senior people lined up there, we still have the increase. We increased from $30 to $45 to charge using the facility. But when I look at here, we cannot. Every time I say, oh, we can't, it's a service. So I want a resident to really listen. It's a services city to provide it to you, to let the resident enjoy living this place. So sometimes when fees increase significantly, when new charges are introduced, it can be very difficult for residents, especially at my level, middle-class people, to accept those changes. As resident of Cerritos 43 years, I've seen how our community has evolved. And I have seen how community was really getting involved when understand the costs have increased and adjustment may be necessary. But I must also recognize that many residents do have financial issue there. So today, I'm still keeping open mind and several budget items, and we need to work together. Some of the things I really, like I mentioned before, the budget reductions should be reevaluated on both services side and the staff side. If services are reduced, then we should review whether staffing level can be adjusted accordingly. And I think staff didn't mention that. I really appreciate that you're working toward that way. And we should continue to evaluate program expenditure based on current community needs. However, I really appreciate my council member here. We're trying to fight for the services to the people. And sad thing is people don't see the services, start worrying about our budget and your budget too. And it's not easy. I don't like to cut. I want to take the reserve money if I can. But however, we all run to family, even Cerritos. You can't keep, pull out your saving account and pay off, but you have to worry about, you need to keep some saving there. But some of the expenditure, you probably needed to. Is the water rate increased? It's bad to all of us? I agree with that. It's bad because I'm leaving some of the residents even on the minimum income now. It's hard, but it's a tough decision. That's one, I always say, you use water, you pay the water. Maybe it's a lot. It seems unfair. It's unfair, really. But however, some of the service, it is to you and me, and they're working for us. I just want to say that, and I'm ready for make a motion. Thank you.
Okay,
Mayor.
so I can appreciate the dialogue that we're having, and the bottom line is we live in a nice city. We live in a nice city with nice buildings. We have a nice library. We have a nice CCPA. We have a beautiful council chamber, and nice things cost money. So that is the reason why our property values are so high. To be honest, the CCPA brings up your property values. That's the truth. All right, let's start entertaining some motions. It's getting late in the hour.
I'm sorry, Mayor. It's time for to make some comments now or no?
Okay, yeah, to make it quick, we need to make some motions.
Yes. Okay. I'll make a real quick one. I understand this is a very tough issue and tough moment, okay? But our city is really facing significant budget challenge due to the rising cost and the slowing revenue growth. My thought is before asking residents to pay higher taxes, the City Council believes we have a responsibility to carefully review our spending and identify areas where cost can be reduced. Our priority, I think, is supposed to preserve essential services such as public safety, emergency responses, and infrastructure maintenance and service that directly affect residents' quality of life. And that's why I think if we're under the serious budget deficit, we have to face it. We have to go through this year, like the mayor was talking about. Oh, the budget cut, everything is just temporary. Let's find out how we're going to generate more revenue and increase the revenue growth. But meantime, if we're really facing the budget deficit, we have to go through with it. And this is, remember, as I said before, we didn't create this problem. We inherited this problem. I keep on asking it. How come we didn't know about this 5 years ago? If we're doing 5-year, 10 years budget review, why are we're in this position right now? And I feel really, really bad. But I think I believe residents should have a voice in determining which community programs are most important and which services may be adjusted, reduced, or funded through user fee. That's my comment. Thank you.
All righty. Let's start entertaining some motions. Get ready. Get ready.
And Honorable Mayor and members of the City
yes.
Council, if I may, we do have a motion on the floor. It was moved by Councilmember Yokoyama and seconded by Councilmember Hong to direct the city manager to include, and please correct me if necessary, to include in the proposed fiscal year 2026-27 city budget Community Services Cost Center 421 funding for the first CEB in the amount of $1,500, Community Family Guidance Center of $5,625 or 25% of current funding, and Distinguished Young Women of $3,000, eliminating all other funding in the Community Services Cost Center budget, and to include all Senior Services Cost Center 422 Human Services Association funding.
That's exactly the motion. Do we have a second? Oh,
I'm sorry.
That's right. You already
I
said
had
a second. Okay, let's vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Next. Anybody else have a motion?
I have a motion.
Thank you, council member.
One of the events that I feel is an important part of the history and community and personality of Cerritos is the Martin Luther King Jr. Day ceremony, and the amount of money that is saved by reducing the scope of it. It just doesn't sit well with me. Earlier this year at our Martin Luther King Jr. Day ceremony in the CCPA theater, we had over 400 people from Cerritos and surrounding Cerritos community groups, community organizations, who are so happy that Cerritos is the home of the region's Martin Luther King Jr. Day ceremony. So my motion is to restore the Martin Luther King Jr. Day ceremony to a full program in the theater of the CCPA.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second by Mayor Pro Tem.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, any other motions?
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I'm focused on the cuts in the primary 226 budget under number 2 item, which is 20 and 2B. I just want to provide a little think that why I'm support this rationale.
I'm sorry, 2B?
2O and 2P, P is a Paul.
Oh, 2O and 2P?
Suspension of Thursday summer concert
Mhm.
and suspension the Tuesday family showcase.
Mhm.
This, I mean, the thing we cut so much already, but I think we really need to just at least provide the two event on each item. The reason is this is what we're trying to provide a valuable opportunity for family and residents to come together, strengthen our community engagement, and enhance the quality of life in Cerritos. So for that, I would like to include in this 2 event on each concert and showcase if we can. And like staff say, maybe we can start looking toward the end of the around August, because the student coming back, I think the school starting the mid or the late August. If it's correctly trying to put it down at the beginning of August, that would be really great. And like welcome the student come back. And that's my motion to ask my council to support me 2 events on each, the summer concert and the family showcase.
Can you please state your motion clearly for the city clerk?
Okay. Oh, the city clerk.
What's your motion?
I like the motion to move instead of suspension of Thursday summer concerts and suspension of Tuesday family showcase. I like to propose to give 2 events on each event.
So you're asking to bring back 2 events instead of eliminating it?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
All right. Is there a second? Okay, the motion fails due to a lack of a second. Is there any other motions?
Yes, I have a motion,
Yes,
Mayor.
please.
I would like to move related to item 2A.
Oh, wait. Okay.
I am not making a motion that's exactly 2A. It's similar to 2A. Here is my motion. I move for a reduction in CCPA presented programming by 20%, including associated marketing and personnel costs, with the exception of keeping the full arts education programs.
Excellent motion. Second. First, motion made by Councilmember Yokoyama.
I heard a
seconded
second. I heard
by
a second from the mayor.
That was Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, let's vote.
Wait, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
hang on. Let's
Hold
vote.
on a second. Clarification, that when you say the 20% you cut or no cut? The
Would you like to repeat your motion?
CCPA, would you please? With the exception of the arts program. Oh, cut with the exception of the art program, is that what you say?
It is item 2A,
Uh-huh.
except no cutting of the arts education program. It is a reduction in CCPA presented programming by 20%, including associated marketing and personnel costs, except keeping the full arts education program.
I'd like to reconsider my vote. So can we?
Can you guide us through that, please, City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. The motion passed on a vote of 3-2. If the City Council would like to entertain this, a member of the prevailing side of the vote may make a motion to reconsider the item.
So do you want to change your vote
wanna
from
change my
no to
vote.
yes?
No,
Okay.
from no to yes, yes.
Okay, I make a motion for reconsideration.
Second.
Okay, let's vote on the motion for reconsideration.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, I repeat my motion. My motion is I move for a reduction in CCPA presented programming by 20%, including associated marketing and personnel costs, with the exception that we have a full arts education program.
Second.
Second by Sophia.
I heard a second from the Mayor Pro Tem. Is
Okay,
that right,
that's fine
Mayor?
with
You're
me.
in charge.
Yes.
Okay.
There was a first by Councilmember Yokoyama, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Polito.
Yeah,
Vote.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, before there's another motion, I would like to defer to staff to provide an update on the previous item related to the event at the theater for the MLK ceremony. I can defer to Jeff with some information to share.
Thank you, sir. The theater department routinely plans facility use, programming, rentals, and such 3 months to 27 months out. It is a challenge to change direction suddenly. And in this case with MLK, it seems like it's very far out, but we had assumed that that event was going to be canceled and therefore entered into a negotiation to rent out the building essentially for a 2-week period during that time, just the main theater, not the entire, not the other spaces, but just the main theater. That deal is nearly confirmed, which would mean the main theater would likely be unavailable for the MLK ceremony. However, in an abundance of caution, when we first discussed this several weeks ago, actually going on a couple months ago, we did reserve the Sierra Room as a potential alternate site. So if the council is in acceptance of that, we can certainly work to move the event back into the Sierra Room, possibly doing it in such a way different than it was before, maybe with a more scaled, appropriate stage that would provide more seating. I know that Councilmember Yokoyama mentioned that there were 400 people, which is, of course, exceeds the capacity of the room, but we could probably get it close to 300, possibly 300 plus standing room. There's a couple opportunities that we could do there and look at and bring to your bring for your review, either through a memo or another agenda report.
And if you can you please look into 2028?
To
Reserve
for,
the
yes,
vacancy.
yeah, that we can do for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is that okay with you, council member?
Yeah. Well, you're going to let us know what is doable in the CCPA on Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Yes, absolutely. I think
Right now, it looks like we're going to have to do it in the Sierra Room because the contracting is not completed, but it's in play. It's almost done.
Yes, at this point, it's almost done. But I will say, if acceptable to City Council, if that particular rental does not come to completion, that contract come to completion and full execution, we can, of course, reserve the main theater for the MLK event as council just directed.
That's great. That's great to hear. Thank you.
Okay.
So
yes.
in light of that, we can, the motion that has already passed, we can keep budget dollars, assuming it's in the main theater, and then provide the update accordingly at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
And according to what you've told the city council, if we have to do it in the Sierra Room because the theater is unavailable, that is a less expensive event.
Generally speaking, yes. Although, Jeff, do you, would the added chairs change anything?
No, it would definitely be a lesser expense.
Okay.
Great. All right. Are there any other motions?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
So there is the city of Cerritos has elections in March of odd years. And those elections in March of odd years, including the one that's coming up in March of 2027, 9 months from now. So yeah, 9 months from now we're having an election in March of 2027 for the Cerritos City Council in the upcoming 26-27 fiscal year. That election is expensive. It costs the city of Cerritos, it costs the taxpayers over $100,000 more because it's not in November of even years. It's not consolidated with an election that's already happening so that the city of Cerritos can piggyback on top of the work of Los Angeles County. So instead, our city clerk and her staff in their office, they have to run an election by themselves. So, my motion is to have the staff bring back to the city council an agenda item to move our March odd year elections to November of even years. And I bring this up because it has a budget consequence. Moving our March elections to November of even years will save our Cerritos taxpayers over $100,000 an election. But that means we have to increase the amount of money in our budget for elections expense, because if we put this ballot measure on the March 2027 election, with the Cerritos City Council election that's already happening, I understand that's going to cost an extra approximately extra $15,000. So, I'll say my motion again. My motion is well, first of all, am I right that it's approximately $15,000 increase to add a ballot measure to the March 2027 election?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Yokoyama. The additional expense could roughly be from $10,000 to $15,000 due to additional translated pages of the voter information guide and such items.
And alternatively, if we were to put this ballot measure to move our election on the November general election in 2026, where the city of Cerritos doesn't have an election currently scheduled, that's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, my understanding from a recent unexpected election in Downey, it cost them $571,000 to have that unplanned election. So rather than spend $571,000 in November, that's why my motion is to have an agenda item come back. My motion is to have an agenda item brought back to the council for consideration of moving City of Cerritos municipal elections from March of odd years to November of even years, with the ballot measure being placed on the March 2027 election, resulting in an increase in our 2026-27 budget and an increase in election of expense of $15,000.
Second.
Can I have a question?
Yes.
You think it's possible, the timing wise? I'd like to ask City Clerk. He's making a motion to move March 2027 to this November.
No,
That's
no,
not
I'm
what
not.
he's asking.
No?
Just have to bring it back.
Okay. Can you?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Hong. To clarify, this would just be an agenda item that staff would bring forward for City Council consideration at a future meeting to add a potential, a ballot measure, which would be considered by Cerritos voters at the March 2, 2027 Cerritos general municipal election. And it's up to the voters to decide on the ultimate outcome of that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember
That's
Yokoyama.
a good question, Jennifer.
I want the resident to understand it too. You know, sometimes if it's not clear, then it could come out with a lot of, different questions or opinions from the residents.
Yeah, and Jennifer, because the reason why my motion is for the city council to consider on the March 2027 election, because the city clerk has explained that it would cost an additional approximately $15,000, whereas if we put it on the November 2026 election, it could cost, according to the city of Downey, $571,000.
Because it's an unplanned.
It's an election where the city council the Cerritos is not currently having an election.
Correct. Okay. We have a first and we have a second. This is for a report back. Let's vote.
If I may request clarification, is the agenda report requested also to call the election, inclusive of the addition of this item?
Does it have to be called right now? Does it have
In
to be
other words,
called?
I had asked for the clarification. The agenda report, based on Councilmember Yokoyama's request, is to bring back an agenda report to potentially move the election, or not, to consider a charter amendment to move the election to November of even numbered years, starting in November of 2028. Is it an informational report to consider, or is it a report to actually bring
Take
back a
action.
ballot measure to call the election?
It's a report to bring back a ballot measure because we're less than 9 months away. The March 2027 election's right around the corner. Less than 9 months away, we're going to have less than 9 months away, we're going to have a City of Cerritos municipal election where 2 seats are going to be up, Mayor Linda's and mine. So in less than 9 months, in addition to our city council election, this motion is to also put on that same March 2, 2027 election, the ballot measure, so that it saves our residents hundreds of thousands of dollars than if we put it on the November 26 election. So that's why we need to bring it back for consideration and decision of the city council to actually place the ballot measure, because we're less than 9 months away. 9 months is going to be here, before we know it.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
The motion passes 4-1.
Mayor, I have a motion.
Yes.
Okay, so regarding the fiscal year, regarding the calendar year 2027 water and sewer rate increase, regarding the implementation of the just like, for example, we implemented the 2026 water and sewer rate adjustment in February of this year. So this is the budget study session regarding implementing the 2027 water and sewer rate adjustment. I had talked about all the work and effort and all the different staff that's involved with the handling of the 2027 adjustment. And my motion is to have the 2027 water and sewer rate adjustment take effect on July 1, 2027, in alignment with the fiscal year of the city of Cerritos. That's my motion. That's what was recommended to me by previous Director of Public Works, Alvin Papa. He advised me that we should have the 2027 calendar year 2027 water and sewer rate adjustment in alignment with the fiscal year. My motion is to move the 2027 water and sewer rate adjustment to July 1, 2027.
Okay. We have a first.
Clarification. What's the rationale to change that?
He just said it.
I still don't quite understand that. I'm sorry
Alignment
for
with
that.
the fiscal year.
How you align with that? Then you base from there your
Our fiscal years.
you change the rate or what?
Our fiscal year is not the calendar year. It's July 1 to the following June 30.
Yes.
And in my conversations with Public Works Director Alvin Papa, his advice to me was that would be ideal for staff, Public Works, accounting, finance. So this is the 26-27 budget study session, and my motion is based off of the recommendation and advice of former Public Works Director Alvin Papa.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion is to, instead of having the new rates being
My-
implemented
i-
in
i-
February.
Instead of
it
the
will be
the
deferred.
calendar year, just like the 2026 rate adjustment occurred on February 1, 2026, the calendar year 2027 rate adjustment will take effect
July 1.
on July 1, 2027.
Okay, so
And
that
we have
will
a motion
result
and a second.
in 4 months of deferred increase
It-
rates.
well, it hasn't, I don't understand your question. It hasn't taken effect.
Right, but we're
We
talking
would just
about the budget.
continue, we would just continue with the current rates until July 1, 2027.
Right.
The rate
And in
state-
terms of the revenues,
the re-
it won't
the-
be, we won't receive it until July, next fiscal year.
Oh, I see what she's saying. It adjusts the budget.
Yes.
Yes, and that's
Yeah,
correct.
I'm confused. I'm confused with what you're saying. We had our rate adjustment in 2026. I'm scheduling the rate adjustment of the 2027 calendar year 2027 adjustment based on the advice of Alvin Papa. And the 26-27 budget would be account for that. The 27-28 budget would account for that, right? Anything I'm missing, Chris, about Alvin's advice?
Can I ask a question, please?
Wait, hang on, he's asking
Oh.
Chris right now.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything about Alvin's advice to me, or were you? Do you
I was not-
remember? Do you remember Alvin and me talking about this?
I remember you guys had a discussion about it. I did not know that that was his recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, we have a first,
I have a question, please. Yes, thank you, Mayor. My question, if that's the case, then the water rate shouldn't even start it from February. We should start it from July 1st. Because right now, we already started for February, so extend it. So you're basing on the first year's adjusted rate.
Correct.
What is being proposed is that the existing rates that were effective
Would
starting in
be
February
extended.
would remain in place, and then the new rates would take effect not in January of 2027, but in July of 2027.
Correct.
So there would be a delta on the revenue we would account for in the budget to account for that deferral.
Yes.
So that means the water rate they're paying, the residents are paying for this year is gonna be because it's almost doubled. Because the first year we become very aggressive. That's our adopted scenario 2B, and so that means it's gonna extend it 4 more months more as the first year's rate, right? I just want to make it clear before I do my vote decision.
From the original schedule, it would be a 6-month extension of the existing rate. Instead of it being in effect in January, it would be effect in July, based on the proposal
Which is lower.
Right.
of the lower rate.
Which
so
is a
the new-
lower
the
rate.
higher
Because
rate
we're not
would
gonna
not take effect
increase
until
Yeah.
July.
until the second year's increase will be delayed for additional months. Okay.
That's the proposal on the table.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Let's vote.
Motion
Okay.
passes 5-0.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Mayor, I have a related motion.
Yes, bring it.
So the reality is that there's petitions to recall council members. You and me, Mayor,
Yes.
and not Sophia and not Mark and not Jennifer, just the two of us. Although the water and sewer rate adjustment was passed unanimously. But the reality is that there's 2 petitions for recall, not 3 or 4 or 5. There's just two petitions for recall, and there's a initiative petition. The initiative petition is to repeal the water rate adjustments that we were just talking about. Okay? The proponents of this initiative want to continue the subsidy from the general fund to the water and sewer rates, and they want to they just want to cancel this adjustment that this council, city council unanimously approved in January 26, 2026. They want to cancel it with an initiative. They want to repeal that January 26 unanimous decision. They want to cancel the 2026 rate adjustment that occurred on February 1. And the budget doesn't take that into account. The budget is treating it as if they are not going to succeed. The budget is treating the initiative as if it's not happening or it's not going to succeed, however you want to take it. Now, I think that's not being fiscally conservative. That's not being fiscally transparent. The budget should consider that they are going to be successful. So the budget should consider that the recall, not the recall, the budget should consider that the water and sewer initiative succeeds. And if it succeeds, if the initiative proponents succeed and they cancel the water and sewer rate adjustment, we're going to go back to the 2025 rates.
Correct.
So the budget should account for that. Why is the budget treating it as if they're going to lose, as if they're going to be unsuccessful? I think it's just as possible. It's possible they're going to be unsuccessful. It's possible they're going to be successful. And the fiscally conservative thing, the fiscally transparent thing, is to treat it as if they're going to be successful. So my motion is for the water and sewer revenues reflect in the 26-27 budget, reflect a successful initiative.
Is there a second? Okay.
Do you have any questions, staff, about my motion for the budget to reflect that if the proponents of the water and sewer rate initiative are successful, we are going to have a reduction in water and sewer revenue of millions of dollars. And that needs to be reflected in the 26-27 budget, that the city of Cerritos and the residents are going to be out millions of dollars because the water and sewer initiative proponents are successful and we don't get the millions of dollars of the water and sewer rate adjustment that this city council unanimously approved in January 26.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem,
With
go
regard
ahead.
to the motion. If our projected deficit is 7.1 million, if the staff adjusts it so that they include the possibility of the initiative passing, Mr. City Manager, what would our new projected budget deficit be?
What's proposed is to reduce the budgeted revenues by a specific amount to reflect potentially rates going back down to prior levels. We'd have to calculate that exact number, but it would increase that $7.1 million total deficit by that amount. We'd have to calculate that for you. Looking to the budget team to see if that's something they can do right now or if we have to report back on that number.
If you give us a minute or two, sir, we can work to calculate that and bring back to you.
Okay, so if you want to defer that question while we calculate that, we can go on to a different topic and then come back on this topic if you'd like.
Yeah. Okay, let's hold on that motion. Can we do that?
Yeah, the question, the calculation would also depend on the timing of when potentially that initiative would be in effect, because, do you want to speak through that procedurally, what that involves?
Well, you would need to go through the election process, and assuming that's November, unless an earlier election is called, assuming at the earliest it's November, certifying the election by December, and then there's actually 6 months of study that the city would have to do, and then the rates would be repealed after that. So it's just right about the end of this fiscal year, this coming fiscal year. But if it were any earlier,
The rates aren't repealed the moment we find out that they were successful on the election.
no,
It happens 6 months after
based on
the
the
study,
way, based on the way the initiative is written.
based on the way they wrote it, because you didn't write it, they wrote it.
Correct.
And so
It would be towards the end of the fiscal year. I don't have the language of the initiative with me, but I do believe that there was a 6-month buffer to allow for a study to be reviewed, approved, and adopted. But I would have to check on the exact timing, but it does depend on when it's approved and when it comes into effect. But assuming it doesn't, I do recall that there was a delta of at least $4 million because the city, in terms of the water, was receiving $10 million, and the operational costs alone were at least $14 million as of this current fiscal year. That I don't believe included the sewer rate.
Okay, that gives us an idea.
I will also note, if I may, that November would potentially be the earliest election, I imagine, and potentially it could get pushed to, this initiative could be pushed to the March election. Depending on
you
council,
know,
a number of factors.
and I hear you, city clerk, but you're speculating because, you know, if they turn in the signatures this month, let's say they turn in the signatures the month of June, and let's say, you know, we have to call the election, the city council has to call an election in July, we can call it in October. So we're speculating about when the election's going to be, because the election, when this city council calls an election, it has to be between 88 and 125 days. With this extra rule about consolidating with an election 6 months out. But we can call an election 88 days away, or 125 days away, or 180 days away, depending on the circumstances. So there's potentially going to be a costly election in October, potentially. But can we vote on this?
Yes, let's go ahead and vote.
And then I have a related motion.
Okay.
Okay.
We are voting. Thank you.
Okay.
Motion
I'll record
passes
your
3-1 with 1 abstention.
abstention as a no vote, as not voting. So you're not voting. Okay.
I have a question about abstain. Last time about the water rate, the second vote, I abstain. So abstain, consider yes or
you
no?
did not vote. It's like you
no,
were
the
not
second.
there.
is
Yeah.
a
So
not
you
voting.
couldn't say it's 5-0, right?
No, it was 4-0.
Which is a unanimous
one.
yes vote.
4-0-1.
It's a unanimous yes vote.
Still,
Because
as
you did not vote
consider.
yes or no. You abstained from voting. It's like you were not here.
Sorry, Mayor, you're right. I abstain because I was not here, get the fully explanation, so I can't vote for it. That's the reason.
That's your
Thank
your
you.
reason. Yeah, but
Yes.
Yeah.
you could have voted.
Yeah.
Okay.
So city manager, attorney, that's what the correct.
It is clear that you were not in favor of it.
Mm-hmm.
That record is clear. But I believe the vote was 3-2 and then changed from 4-0 to 1.
Which is a unanimous yes vote.
According to the Roberts rules, that's
Yes.
a unanimous vote.
Okay. What's your motion?
Okay, so you mentioned this earlier tonight, Madam Mayor, and you mentioned this, and I had the same reaction to the budget, which is the budget treats the recall of you and me only, none of the other council members are involved, even though we all unanimously voted for the water and sewer rate adjustment. It's treating the recall as if it's not going to succeed, as if it's not going to happen. The budget treats the recall as if nothing's going to happen on the recall. And that's not fiscally responsible. It's not fiscally transparent. It's possible that the recall is going to happen. It's possible that the recall proponents are going to be successful with signatures, and then we're going to have to schedule an election. And if Linda and I get recalled, then there's going to have to be another election to fill the vacancies. So that's a possibility. I don't know why the budget for 26-27 treats the recall effort as not happening. The budget is treating it as if it's not happening, or it's not going to succeed, or it's going to lose, however you want to describe it. The budget should reflect the possibility that the recall will be successful, because we need to plan for it. The city of Cerritos, the city council, staff, and the Cerritos residents, the Cerritos taxpayers, have to plan for the costly elections and expenses involved with a recall. So there are potentially going to be three unplanned for elections in 26-27 fiscal year, because the recall proponents are working to recall Linda and me, and they want to succeed with a recall election. And that is going to cost $571,000. $571,000 to have a recall election. That's how much it costs the city of Downey to have a recall election. A fellow charter city, a similar Los Angeles County charter city like Cerritos. In fact, the city of Downey recall election was a district. They're districts. They're not at large like us. So they had a lot less people. And it cost them, their recall election cost $571,000. And then they had to have an election to fill the vacancy because their recall was successful. The council member was recalled, so they had to have another election to fill the vacancy. So that doubles the amount, $571,000 times 2. And then the recall proponents are also working with initiative to repeal the rates. That could be a separate election because there's different requirements, completely different requirements, including signature requirements. So those 3 elections are $571,000 times 3. That's over $1.7 million. And then there's the additional cost of the Los Angeles County Register of Voters. The city clerk's office, when the recall proponents and the initiative proponents finish collecting all their signatures, I don't know, maybe they'll finish this month, maybe they'll finish in July. When they're done collecting the thousands and thousands of signatures, upwards of 20,000 signatures, the city clerk's office will turn over those signatures for processing to Los Angeles County Register of Voters, and then they're going to give us a bill for processing the signatures. So the city of Huntington Beach, when there was an attempted recall in the city of Huntington Beach, and it failed, but they still got a bill from the Orange County Register of Voters. The city of Huntington Beach got a bill from the Orange County Register of Voters for processing the signatures in their failed recall. That was for $140,000. So those expenses need to be included in the 26-27 budget, because I think it's fiscally irresponsible to treat as if they're going to be entirely, the proponents of the recall and the initiative are going to be entirely unsuccessful. They very well can be successful. And I don't want the city council and the city staff and the residents and the taxpayers of Cerritos to be surprised by a 1.7 million plus $140,000 expenses related to the 2 recalls, the initiative, and Los Angeles County Register of Voters processing the 20,000 signatures. So my motion is for the 26-27 budget to budget for $1,700,000 plus in additional election expenses, plus $140,000 in a bill from the Los Angeles County Register of Voters for processing the signatures.
Second.
Can I say something?
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
In this current budget, though, there is a budget allocation for the March 2027 election, which is just a few months after a possible recall election, right? You'll have a recall election, and then in a few months after that, we have a regular election, correct? It's in the budget.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
That's in the budget for 250,000.
350,000.
350,000.
So
And that's just a regular scheduled election.
For 2 city council seats.
Yes.
But plus on the previous motion, you have to increase that 15,000 because of the city councils can consider placing a ballot measure to move future city council March odd year elections to instead November even year elections. So it is entirely possible the proponents of the recall and the initiative are going to get, let's say they get their signatures in this month, then we're going to have a standalone recall election. It's possible we're going to have a standalone recall election and a standalone, if and when they're successful, then we're going to have, this city council is going to have to schedule an election to fill the vacancy, a special election. Plus, because of the entirely different requirements for an initiative, that election could be separate too, because there's significantly less signatures required for the initiative. They might turn those in, I don't know, 2 weeks from now. And then we have to go through the process for that. That's why 3 elections plus a bill from Los Angeles County Register of Voters for processing 20,000 signatures. My motion is to budget for those events in an amount of $1,700,000 plus $140,000 for processing of signatures by the Los Angeles County Register of Voters.
Second.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yeah, and I have a question real quick.
I've been waiting at 2.
Pam, just briefly, very briefly, I know the charter says that if there is a vacancy on a recall that they would have to appoint, but there are certain circumstances, without saying really getting into it, that there could be a potential election to fill the 2 vacancies. Is that correct?
Based on the city charter, whenever there is a vacancy, regardless of how the vacancy occurred, these sitting council members have the option to consider appointment to the council, or if they cannot agree to an appointment, to call a special election for that to occur. And the special election must be at least 88 days out. So those are the circumstances.
Oh, okay. So it's not that they're required to appoint. They
It's
have
not a
an
requirement,
option.
but to Councilmember Yokoyama's point, there is a possibility if that's the case.
Okay.
Madam
And
Mayor,
it
question.
requires a majority.
If I may add, an election to fill a vacancy would have to be called 114 days prior to the election date.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of
Mayor.
In accordance with the elections code.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
So say the recall is successful and 2 sitting council members are unseated, then in order to fill those vacancies, you would have to have the remaining 3 members to vote on replacing them. And it would have to be a majority vote?
It would have to be, if there are 3 council members that are remaining and there are 2 vacancies, the 3 would have to vote by a majority vote. And in that circumstance, I believe it would be 2-1 to appoint a 4th. And if they fail to reach a majority for the appointment, a special election would have to be called.
So if there's 3 remaining, the majority vote would be 2 votes.
I believe that's the case.
It's
yes.
not, it has to be unanimous, all 3
It
of
does not.
the 5.
According to the charter, I'd have to review the exact circumstances, but I do believe it is a 2-1. A majority of 2-1.
What?
Can it-
Okay.
I
Got it.
don't know it's called redirection or out of the order because we discussed a budget cut this time, but now we change the subject to the recall and re-elections.
It's the
I know the
cost.
cost money, but is this the things not even know for sure it's going to be approved for the recall, the total number to? So shall we continue to discuss this matter? You think it's a need to be? I need to ask our attorney. So hold on a second, Mark, please.
The discussion is surrounding whether or not a budget amendment should be made, or at least the proposed budget should be made to reflect additional election costs related to a recall and a ballot measure to repeal the water rate increase and sewer rate increase. So that discussion right now is what's currently being done, whether or not a successful recall will occur or what type of vacancy will be filled, if a vacancy will occur as an aside, but the main focus is whether or not to consider including in the 2026-2027 budget costs for the special elections.
Do you, a couple questions I'm asking, which is I experienced before. When this 2 council member, I mean, just in case, was recalled and successfully, council member have a choice, like you said. I mean, my council member also recommended, say, either, which is pretty common practice, either you call for re-election or you appoint the position. But since the election is so close to it, from the November, approximately time, right, to the March, you only have about 4 or 5 months left.
Realistically, if the November election is successful, a special election to appoint would not be able to meet the requisite number of days. I believe it's 114.
So
So I believe
114.
March goes into the 114 days. I think it's less than that.
So we have to make either decisions on either re-election or appoint the position. Is that what you said within the
It's
days?
either appointment or, at this point, realistically, it looks like it may have to be vacant until filled.
How many days apart? I'm sorry, can you remind me one more time? 140 days?
114.
114.
Okay, any other questions, comments? We have a motion?
I have one more comment. I'd like to listen to maybe city manager, or you can defer to the acting finance and budget manager, city treasurer, to talk about, we should put this as into the budget to assuming if this happened.
That's a council decision.
But I'd like to know their opinion as well.
There's a motion on the floor. It's
You
a council
cannot have a,
decision, and there's a motion on the floor.
no suggestion from the city council? City, but,
They take direction
people.
from us.
Yeah, I would just say that every item in the budget is an estimate based on potential. It's our best guess based on various activities. So most of what staff has presented is based on what we anticipate occurring. So it is certainly within the city council's purview if they consider an event occurring to account for the costs associated with it. It can be done now as part of the main budget, or it can be considered if it actually happens at that time, a budget amendment can be made to then add the dollars at that point. So either option's fine.
And I have another question. You say 114 days, close to 4 months. So it depends when the delivery, I think Frank probably know better than that, depends when they announced the recall success, because we're getting close to 4 months. From November to the March, almost 4 months there.
Now, I don't know what they're talking about for the 114 days in
Yeah, you
connection
have-
with the
you say
recall.
we were
I
talking
don't
about-
know.
Okay, I'm gonna.
The 114 days is not related to the recall. I don't know what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
I'm gonna bring it back to the discussion, which is really about the budget. Anything else about the election, you could talk to staff about it. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem.
The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. All right. Any more motions from anybody? I have one. I'm going to bring it back to our council travel. Like I said at the last meeting, council members Hong and Say were in agreement, but we didn't get to vote. We have a shared fund of 50,000. I'd like to reduce our fund to 25,000 just for 1 year and make it where it's 5,000 per person. This is just a suspension for 1 year. Is there anybody here that has the appetite to make a motion to cut council travel?
I'd like to make a comment about that if the mayor will allow me to.
Sure.
Okay. So, I did state it last time we talked about this, that, because of council member travel to be at the table with our higher electeds, our county elected, our county electeds, our state electeds, and our federal electeds, our Congress members. A few years ago, we got $5 million from Congress member Michelle Steele for the city of Cerritos for our Del Amo Bridge replacement project. And that $5 million, I believe 100% we got that $5 million because Cerritos council members were talking about the Del Amo Bridge with Congressmember Steele and her staff in her Washington, D.C. office. And then last year, we got the same thing. I met with Congressmember Derek Tran in his office in Washington, D.C. with his staff member, Tony Tran, no relation. And he got us $3,150,000 for the Del Amo Bridge replacement project. And then earlier this year, we met Councilmember Hong, and City Manager Robert Lopez and I met with Derek Tran regarding the C4 water well replacement. And in his Washington, D.C. office with his staffer, Tony Tran. And he submitted for $5 million for the city of Cerritos for the C4 water well project. And I'm so appreciative that our Congress member, Derek Tran, just like he got us $3,150,000 last year, that is coming. It was approved by the Appropriations Committee. And we're going to get that $3,150,000 on top of the $5 million we got before that, for a total of $8,150,000. I'm so happy that Derek Tran submitted a request for $5 million for the city of Cerritos. One of Congressmember Derek Tran's cities. He submitted for $5 million, and this time the Appropriation Committee just recently, just like numerous other requests, they slashed the amount that was approved, and Cerritos is going to get, I heard from our city manager and from our lobbyist that Cerritos is going to get, Cerritos is supposed to get about $800,000. $800,000 for the C4 water well replacement. That's $800,000 though. I'm happy to get $800,000. So you add that to the $8,150,000, that we're already at about $9 million in funding, because the Cerritos City Council goes to places like Washington, D.C. and Sacramento to ask for funding from our federal legislators and from our state legislators. So similar to that, earlier this year, I met with State Senator Tony Strickland and his staffer in Washington, D.C., in Sacramento, and we asked them for help with funding for our parks and for help with getting the possibility of a new revenue stream of electronic billboards, something I've been working on for years. And Senior Assistant City Manager Kristen Aguila, as a result of that meeting that I had with Tony Strickland and his staff in his Sacramento office, Kristen Aguila is continuing the conversation with Tony Strickland's office, trying to get money for our city for, among other things, parks, and trying to get money through alternative revenue streams like billboards. So the last thing, thank you, Mayor, the last thing is the recent thing that I've been working on and City Manager Robert Lopez has been working on is advocating to in Washington, D.C., to our Congress members, our senators, Adam Schiff and Padilla, and to the Department of Transportation. We're trying to get them to fully fund a Cerritos station for the Southeast Gateway line. Okay? You know how much we're asking for? $200 million. $200 million is the cost of a Cerritos station on the Southeast Gateway line. As of today, if you look out at a map of the Southeast Gateway line, guess what? There's no Cerritos station. There's no Cerritos station on the Southeast Gateway line map today, at least on the EIR maps. On the EIR maps, there's no Cerritos station. We missed the boat on that because the previous majority on the city council was against public transportation and providing for the future of our community to have public transportation that could take them from Cerritos all the way to downtown Los Angeles, where there's a hub to a lot of other public transportation. City Manager Robert Lopez and I advocated for this, for the Southeast Gateway line and the Cerritos station, because we are hoping for the federal government and Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority, otherwise known as LA Metro, to give us a $200 million Cerritos station. And I followed up with that, Robert, this past weekend when I went to the United States Conference of Mayors in Long Beach, which it was held in Long Beach this past weekend. I went there and I went to the presentation that included Stephanie Wiggins, CEO of LA Metro, and I listened to the transportation session that included her as a panelist. And when it was over, I waited in line to talk to her and say hello to her from Cerritos and let her know that we're very much interested in working together with LA Metro and having a Cerritos station on the Southeast Gateway line. And I was able to do that and have a face-to-face with her and her staff, because it became a little bit more than just a hello. It became a conversation, and her staff joined in, and I was able to be a face in front of her for the city of Cerritos, asking her to give us a $200 million Cerritos station on the Southeast Gateway line. That's why, while I don't know if the speaker really understands what he means when he says it, because he says it sometimes in weird moments, but he said penny wise and pound foolish. I think that kind of applies here because we're trying to save a low five-figure amount, and we're risking losing out on millions of dollars, but really we're risking on losing out on $200 million because time is of the essence right now for the Southeast Gateway line. Things are moving for the Southeast Gateway line and the Cerritos station today. That's why Robert and I went to Washington, D.C. last month, because that's when the meetings were happening. We don't get to schedule the meetings. Metro schedules the meetings. Gateway City COG schedules the meeting. Department of Transportation schedules the meetings. We just have to show up. So I don't want to risk losing out on a $200 million Southeast Gateway line Cerrito Station. I don't want to risk on losing out on money from our Congress member Derek Tran, because other cities are meeting with him in his Washington, D.C. office, and we're not. I don't want to risk missing out on money from State Senator Tony Strickland, because other cities are meeting with him, like the city of Artesia. All five of them go to Washington, D.C. with their city manager, and they to Sacramento with their city manager, and they meet with Tony Strickland in his office to ask for money for their city. And they've gotten it. They got money for their park, right? Tony Strickland gave Artesia money for their parks. We need to get money for our parks from Tony Strickland. And every time I go to Sacramento, and I'm going to ask him and ask him and ask him, I'm going to be the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, and I'm going to get money for our parks. I'm going to get money for the Southeast Gateway line. I'm going to get money for the Del Amo Bridge replacement project. I'm going to get that for you, David Tallman, who lives right over there. You and your wife come in here asking about a status update for the Del Amo Bridge replacement project, and I just gave you one. We've gotten already $8,150,000 from Congress members Michelle Steele and Derek Tran. Okay, so thank you for indulging me and letting me explain why I passionately believe in the importance of the city of Cerritos being at the table so we're not on the menu.
Council member, you do such a great job of advocating for our city. You've gotten us lots of money. I really appreciate that you take the time to do this. It's not easy to travel, and I appreciate what you do. I'll make a motion, and it's up to you guys if you want to approve or disapprove, but my motion would be to cut 50%, but...
Can we have comments?
Yeah, after I make my motion. Sure. I would propose to cut our travel by 50%. However, Mayor Pro Tem Mark Polito did say at the last meeting you would give up all your travel funds.
Yeah.
If we cut it at 50%, you would get $5,000. We could give that $5,000 to Councilmember Yokoyama, so you could have a budget of $10,000, because you do travel. You're the only one that travels to DC back and forth, sometimes twice in a month. That's what I would propose. So after hearing comments, I'll make a motion. It's up to you guys how you want to decide. Go ahead. Let's make it quick. It's getting late.
Mm-hmm. You want to go? Oh, let me go first. Okay. First of all, I would like to say appreciate the city employees have already made a significant contribution by reducing their training and traveling expense by 50%. So last time I say, well, if you guys are doing that to show that you're concerning about the city budget, I'm all with it too. But this time, at the same time, I believe it is important. The council's current conference and the training budget is a reasonable investment in effective governance and leadership. The amount involved is relatively moderate in the context of the overall city budget. And the knowledge, the relationship, and opportunities and gained through these programs can be provided substantially value to the community. However, I would like to propose to show we are also on the same page with everyone. I would propose maybe we cut back 20%, so make it 40%. I know it's not a big cut, it's not maybe nothing to a lot of residents, but I would propose to make only 20% cut, so we have $40,000, and we have to be more selective. For who's going to advocate for our city, like the mayor was proposed. So I would like to say maybe I like to propose to cut back 20% traveling budget instead of 50%.
Okay, Council Member Say.
I think when we mentioned about cutting across the boards 50% out there, and I just want to ask one question to support my final vote on this matter. Actually, I do agree, Council Member, former Mayor, Mr. Yokoyama, that you do, because you brought me up to a lot of places, and then we walk door to door. Actually, I lost weight from that because from one building to another building, you introduce us and you even give the car to let them know who we are. And some of the council members don't know us in Cerrito City, and I can see that. But I also see the budget that we have here. How do we show to the residents, say, hey, we also agree what we support the budget cut, and I always believe the cutting from yourself first, it shows your respect, your appreciation, our budget cut, and you also get involved. 25% and 20%. Weighing out, I kind of look at my last year, because the first year, I remember our mayor also say, I'm so glad we all go to certain conference meeting, which is good. I really like it. But I need to ask the mayor, do we have a special program right now to improve the relationship with the official? Do we have anything like a meeting with the those elected officials, invite them to come to meeting with you, discussing about? We don't have any.
We don't have a program like that.
We don't have the
No.
program like that. Maybe in the future we should think about that, which is we don't want to lose the chances in there. When you talk the budget 20%, and then there will be, Mr. Yokoyama, you should
$40,000 in total, so it would be like $8,000 each. Not each, but it's a pool for all. If you average out, it's like $8,000 for each person. However, we don't need to expend it all, and maybe some can use more if they feel the need to go more times, more trip.
I calculated out the past that we travel out. Usually each visit is about $2,000. And then my recommendation would be, I can accept the 20% cut, but I also want the staff monitor our expenses, because we should not over our budget. We should within the budget. And so then the recommendation will be 20%. I can concur that, but also need the staff to really monitor each council person spending on the travel
They
expenses.
do that now.
We do have that now?
They do that
Oh,
now,
beautiful.
yes.
So
I'm sorry, can you please not be disruptive? All right. Well, do we have a motion on the floor?
I'd like to make a motion to cut back 20% for the council's traveling expense.
I would like to make a substitute motion to cut travel expense by 50%. Is there a second to my motion? None? Then my motion.
Hold on a second. You say you want a 50%?
50%.
But just for 1 year, am I right?
Yes.
I concur.
Okay. Let's vote on that motion.
The motion fails on a vote of 2 to 3.
Okay, and you had a motion, Councilmember Hong. Do you have a second to your motion? Is there a second to Councilmember Hong's motion?
Does she have to make the motion again?
Yeah, can you make the motion again, please?
Have to?
Oh,
It's the first one that already
She
passed.
already did make her motion. Her motion is still there. It needs a second.
okay, seeing there's no second, her motion dies for lack of a second. We will, at this point then, there is no will of this council to cut travel. However, though, I would like to make a motion, since staff and Councilmember Yokoyama, you pointed it out clearly that travel is very, very important, and I agree with you on that. It's just that I was hoping we could suspend it for a year. But, staff has already cut, the departments have already cut theirs by 50% with no travel with no overnight stay. I'd like to kind of reinstate that because there is an importance for staff to do these conferences, and sometimes they require an overnight stay. So my motion then is to reinstate travel for staff to allow for an overnight stay on the conferences.
What number is that?
Oh, no, it's just something
Okay.
yeah, there's no number.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the 50% was mentioned at, it's on, yeah, that's right.
It's in there.
It's
Okay.
on
The thing.
2.
Okay, so can you repeat your motion,
Yes.
please, Mayor?
My motion is then to, hold on. It would be in reference to 1B.
Okay.
All right, 1B.
Actually, just to clarify, 1B relates to commissions and committees.
Oh,
I
I'm
believe
sorry.
you may be referring to 1G, which is
1G.
for staff.
Yeah, for staff. This is for reduction of training and meeting expenditures across all departments.
Okay.
However, I believe that reduction includes that they not have any overnight stay. I'd like to allow for overnight stay because sometimes the conference is so important that it requires an overnight stay. I'm sorry, Frank, it's on 1G, page.
So change it to make
Well,
a motion.
I don't know what that number would be. We can get that number back when they,
That's okay. I just wanted to know what the substance was, please.
1G for 126,000.
No, what's the detail of what you want to
Keep the 50% cut across.
Mm-hmm.
However, allow for overnight.
Yes,
stay.
the proposal that is currently in the budget, or that's reflected in this chart, is a cut of approximately 50% across departments for travel. The direction that came with that included no overnight stay for staff. What I hear from the mayor's proposal is to maintain that reduced budget, but allow overnight stay when needed. Of course, we would have to
second.
limit.
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion? Any other discussion?
Do you have? Go ahead.
I was just wondering, as far as my role, that Robert we're hired. And I respect the staff recommendation, so cutting overnight, because we have a budget cut. I mean, tonight, a lot of staff proposed to cut budget cut, but we've been doing that. So I will respect our staff recommendation, say, hey, don't stop the overnight. And it's just 1 year again, too. Am I right? We might change in the future. Okay, thank you.
All right, let's vote.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
My concern is if we are having our manager to manage that, I would say this is the budget and up to manager to decide it whether it's necessary to stay overnight or not. I think I would give the authority to the city manager to make that decision. And I'm sure he will make the wise decision to determine whether it's necessary or unnecessary.
And I agree with you, Councilmember Hung. What Linda's motion is to give the city manager that discretion, because before this motion, there was a prohibition on overnight stays. So her motion, which allows for overnight stays, now he has the discretion to decide when an overnight stay is necessary or needed or recommended. So that is what this motion is.
Correct.
All right, let's vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right, let's move on. We are done with 9B. Thank you.
Actually, Mayor, we have a couple items
Yes.
that we would like clear direction on. In the staff recommendation, item number 2, we are asking for direction regarding the dual budget format. What was presented to you in this budget document is a dual budget. One budget which assumes the current default state of no additional sales tax, a secondary budget that does assume a 1% TUT sales tax. And we would just like the council's final direction on this in preparation of the final resolution at the next meeting. There was discussion at the prior study session, and based on that discussion, there may be we would like clear direction on whether or not there should be a dual budget.
Right. The dual budget format was created because of the anticipation of a TUT. If it is the desire of this council, and I think I heard from 2 members over here that there was no desire to have a sales tax measure placed on the ballot, then there is no reason to have a dual budget format. So if I'm hearing that correct, I would provide direction. I would like to make a motion. Then we not have the dual budget format.
Second.
The motion passes 4-1.
And if I may, Mayor, we also, I would like to confirm that the attachment that was provided, the table of recommendations from the ad hoc working group, there were several amendments made to that table through various motions. What I would like is a clear motion that anything that was not explicitly discussed is thereby understood as recommended for the final budget adoption.
That is correct. If it was not discussed and there was no clear direction on any scaling back or changes, if they were not discussed tonight, they are clearly on the list of suspensions.
May I please have a motion and a vote to affirm that?
May I have a
the
motion?
recommendation of the ad hoc working group
So moved.
Thank you.
outside of any other amendments made tonight.
Okay, you have a
So moved.
first and a second. Thank you.
And finally, Mayor, there were also some staff-initiated items listed in the budget on page 3. And we would also like for council's affirmation of those amendments that would be reflected in the final budget. They're bullet point items on page 3.
Oh, okay. The eliminate temporary help from Human Resources Division, reduce expenditures related to dial-a-ride, and increase funding for replacement of playground equipment. It's all in the staff report that we've all read. Do we have a motion to go with the staff
I
recommendation?
move staff-initiated
Thank
budget
you.
adjustments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all we have to recommend. We appreciate the clear direction on this.
Motion passes 5-0.
Mayor, I have a motion.
Yes, what is your motion?
I don't think I made the motion. I just mentioned it before public comment. So I make a motion to not purchase an additional radar speed trailer.
Okay. Is there a second to his motion? Okay, let's vote.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes 5.
Thank you.
I'd rather the time and effort and money go into the memo we're going to get back about speed humps. And I have another request for consensus. The reality is that there are short-term rentals in Cerritos. There are short-term rentals in Cerritos, even though it is prohibited. So what's happening is owners are making money with short-term rentals in Cerritos, and we are not getting the TOT. We are not getting the TOT that we are entitled to get, the TOT that the Sheraton Cerritos is paying us, but the short-term rental owners are not paying us because they're doing it under the table. And I have asked staff to, as a result of state legislation, new state laws, to look into getting that money. Get that TOT that we're entitled to. Is that TOT revenue from short-term rentals in this 26-27 budget?
No, it's not.
Okay. So because it's under the table, it's illegal, but it's happening. So I asked for consensus for a memo back to the council on staff, an informational memo on removing the prohibition on short-term rentals and how that would affect our revenues, how that would increase our TOT. If we canceled the formal prohibition on short-term rentals and forced it to be above board, and we collected TOT from those short-term rentals, I'd like an informational memo on that. How much money are we talking about? I think we're talking about a lot of money. There's a lot of money in TOT from short-term rentals that we're not getting. The owners of the short-term rentals are acting illegally, and they're not giving us our TOT. So that's my request for consensus.
I concur.
I concur.
Okay, you have consensus, council member.
Thank you.
Only one question. How do we monitor them?
That'll come back in the report.
That's going to be in the memo.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Make sure you put that in the memo.
I want to thank each and every one of my council colleagues for a very productive budget meeting. I think by the time we do the final budget adoption, We already have clear-cut vision of what this budget's going to look like. So thank you for the robust discussion we had. And thank you, staff, for answering all the questions that we had as well. All right, now, item number 10, legislative items. City Manager, do we have any?
No, Mayor, we don't have any items under item 10A or 10B this evening.
Okay, how about 11A, a report?
No items to report this evening, Mayor.
Okay, and how about City Council member communications? Do we have any?
Yes, I do. Mayor.
Okay.
Okay. Since the last meeting, I have had opportunity to participate in several community and regional events. May 30 and 2026, attend the City 5K run at Don Canapi Community Regional Park. It was wonderful to see residents for all age come together to promote health, wellness, and community spirit. June 3rd, I attend the Planning Commission meeting at City Hall, where important community development and the planning matters were discussed. On June 5th, I attend the Chinese American elected official 14th annual installation award dinner. The event reorganized outstanding leadership and services within our communities and provide an opportunity to connect with the public officials found throughout the region. On June 8, which is early today, I attend the volunteer appreciation event at the Skyline Room of the Cerritos Library. It was a pleasure to recognize and thank the dedicated volunteers whose time and efforts contribute greatly to the success of our library program and service. That's my end report, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'd like to report, first of all, I also attended May 30th Cerritos 5K run and walk, and the turnout is so, I'm out of my surprise. Even though we charge the fee, we have almost like 400 or 500 people attended. Any, please correct me if I'm right
Yes,
or wrong.
thank you, Councilmember Hong. We actually had 557 people register.
Excellent.
Yes, and this event, the majority of fund is come from the people that we have asked for the support fund. And during that event, I even meet a company. They say they would like to be a sponsor as well. So if we have a lot of sponsors, this event is almost we can have it without spending city's budget money. So I'm very pleased. I joined it and I saw the result from the event. And secondly, I also attend the June 3rd Planning Commissioners meeting. Planning Commissioners meeting is very important. It's because it's mandated. And we have a very good planning commissioner, and they give us a lot of good advice. So it's worthwhile, and the residents should pay more attention to that meeting as well. And also, the most important thing is on the June 4th, I attended the Southeast Water Coalition Joint Power Authority Board of Directors meeting. This meeting used to be hosted at Norwalk, but I think from this year's August onwards, it will be Cerritos team. This is already, Cerritos is going to host this event, and it's starting from August, and every two months, we're going to have a meeting. It's going to be hosted in the Cerritos Sheriff Station EOC conference room. I'm very excited that we are the chair for this one, and this time the City of Paramount will be the vice chair. They will be the next year will be their term. 2 years after now, it will be their term. I think this will be very good for City of Cerritos to let the other cities, councilmen, or the mayor to know about our city and to show them how lovely our this whole civic center is so well established. And I'm looking forward to that kind of meeting. And I will thank you, Chris, for helping me during the meeting. And he's also going to play a very important role to make our city look good as a host. Thank you for that. And lastly, I also attended the Cerritos. Oh, I didn't attend today's meeting for the Cerritos library because of today's meeting. So this will be my report. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Yes.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Yokoyama.
So, so regarding our water service, our water and sewer service in Cerritos, Robert, have residents been applying for the discount program, the low income discount program?
Yes.
Okay, what's the update on that? Can you give us some details about residents applying for the low income discount program that this city council unanimously approved?
Yes, it provides a bi-monthly credit on the bi-monthly bill, and I'll defer to the team for any updates on the number of people we've gotten to apply.
Good evening, sir. I believe Natalie's pulling up the information, and if we can just give her.
Okay, but we have had interest and people have
Have people
applied.
been signing up and getting
Yes.
approved?
Yes.
So those people that are signing up and getting approved for the $40 per bill discount, I'm looking at the City of Cerritos 2025 water and sewer rate study. The difference between the previous rates on the City of Cerritos 2025 water and sewer rate study, the difference between the previous rate and the new rate that took effect in February, the difference is $49. So people that are getting approved for the $40 per bill discount, they're basically paying the same amount that they were paying before the adjustment. Isn't that right, Natalie? No. So if there is people in a situation where they're eligible for the water and sewer rate discount, bi-monthly discount, they're paying about the same amount that they were paying before the adjustment, right?
It would depend on their usage, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So,
Sir, we do have the updated number. It's 240 applications have been approved.
how many?
240 applications have been approved.
240 applications have been approved. Okay, great. And if residents are just finding out for the first time in this meeting right now that there is a low income discount program, who do they call, Natalie?
That would be the water billing counter.
All right, they can call, they can go in person, and if they're eligible, they just have to show that they're getting, that they're under a similar program from Southern California Edison or the gas company, and they can get a $40 per month discount on their water and sewer bill, and they're basically going to be paying the same amount they were paying before.
Yes, there's also an online portal as well.
And there's also an online portal. Thank you. So I want to make sure that those residents who really need this help know about it. So let's make sure residents who are eligible get approved, but we gotta make sure they hear about it. So that's why I'm glad this is a chance to make sure residents know that we can get them a $40 a month, $40 per bill discount, $240 a year discount. Okay, and another thing that came up is I'm surprised that this conversation did not happen over the numerous water and sewer Proposition 218 hearings, city council meetings, community sessions, mailings, emails, website. We had so many city council meetings going back to May of 2025. We had multiple meetings, multiple informational sessions, multiple mailings, multiple emails, website, social media. But I found out that there's Cerritos residents who get water from City of Cerritos water. And we all know that there's residents who get City of La Palma water, like our friend David Powman. He gets his water from the City of La Palma. And there's residents who get water from Golden State Water. There's Cerritos residents who get water from Golden State Water Company. And you staff, none of you told this to the city council. I had to find this out myself because a Cerritos resident came to me last Monday, a week ago, and wanted to know what's going on with this water and sewer rate and this paper that people are telling me they want me to sign because they want water and sewer rates to go down. So sign these 3 pieces of paper so we can reduce our water and sewer rates. And this resident didn't really understand how signing these 3 papers are going to get him to have lower water and sewer rates. Okay? So I had to talk with him. I was so surprised he didn't understand what was going on in Cerritos. And that's because he's a Cerritos resident who gets his water from Golden State Water Company. Okay? So Golden State Water Company serves some of our Cerritos residents. Did you know that, Linda?
I didn't know that. I'm curious to.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know, but I'm curious
I
to
found that
hear
out a week ago
how
because
much he
staff didn't tell
pays.
us.
How much does he pay?
So this City of Cerritos 2025 water and sewer rate study that the city did despite what you might have heard, residents, the City of Cerritos did do a comprehensive, exhaustive, detailed City of Cerritos 2025 water and sewer rate study. It's available online, right? It's available online. If people tell you we didn't do one, we did one. And we used this information to figure out our new water and sewer rates that this city council unanimously approved. All of us unanimously approved it, but they're only trying to recall Linda and me. But the City of Cerritos 2025 water and sewer rate study, which looked at all of the water agencies in the region, Cerritos is down here, second from the bottom, $65.11. And then after the rate increase that was approved unanimously by the city council in February of 26, we're fifth from the bottom, $114.64 per bill. And Natalie and I already talked about how this can be reduced $40 back to almost the original rate if you qualify for the low income discount program. Linda asked a good question. Where is Golden State Water Company? They're all the way here at the top. Golden State Water Company, our Cerritos residents are paying Golden State Water Company for the residents that live in that area of Cerritos. They're paying Golden State Water Company $201 and change per bill. They're the only company above $200, and they're on the top of this list of water agencies that include Compton, Norwalk, Linwood, Signal Hill, Long Beach, Santa Fe Springs, Bellflower, Southgate, Bellflower, Whittier, Lakewood, Paramount. We have Cerritos residents paying $201 and change per bill, while the residents who are getting water from Cerritos Water are paying $114 and change, and that's if they don't qualify for the low income discount program. So these residents paying $201.54 to Golden State Water Company, these Cerritos residents, they've been paying this every month, paying 3 times what Cerritos residents were paying last year. And not only were these Cerritos residents, our fellow Cerritos residents, not only were they paying 3 times what we were paying a year ago, they were not getting the subsidy from our general fund. So just like David Powellman, our friend, Cerritos friend, he lives over where those Cerritos residents get City of La Palma water over on the other side of Coyote Creek. Is that right? Over on the other side of Regional Park. They get City of La Palma water. Golden State Water Company customers, none of those Cerritos residents are not getting the subsidy from the general fund that their fellow Cerritos residents are getting every bill for years, including now, because we're still subsidizing. We're going to be subsidized. The City of Cerritos General Fund is going to be subsidizing the Cerritos residents until 2029 or 2029 or 2030. Which one is it? But because we did an incremental adjustment over the 5 years. So the first 4 years we're still subsidizing, right, City Manager? Okay. So, and as I stated at the meeting, when we were considering the water and sewer rate adjustment, that subsidy to the Cerritos residents who get water from the City of Cerritos, that's a $3,000 subsidy per household. So the City of Cerritos General Fund is subsidizing all the Cerritos residents that live in the City of Cerritos water utility areas. They're getting a $3,000 subsidy from the City of Cerritos General Fund. Our Cerritos taxpayer dollars is only going to a $3,000 subsidy to only a portion of our residents, and the residents that live in the La Palma water area or the Golden State Water Company area, they get a zero subsidy. And not only are they getting a zero subsidy, that's why the Golden State Water Company customers are paying $201.54 a bill, because that's how much Golden State Water Company water costs. Thanks for letting me share that.
Thank you. Mr. Palman, real quick. You're going to want to talk. All right.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
allow it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Turn your mic on. Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, at the senior center presentation, the map did show on the map that was provided by Public Works, those areas that were served by Golden State Water. In addition, Frank, if you had had a copy of the report that I did in response to Sophie's question, you would have seen that there were some people that were denied an opportunity to petition for no increase in their water rate because they were Golden State customers.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Palman.
Thank you, Mr. Palman.
I want to detail on that too. Some city, which is I knew already before, some city even have the 3 different water companies, such as Norwalk. They have Norwalk City, South, and Golden State, and what was the other one? I forgot. There's 3. It very costs a lot of inconvenience when you have 3 different kind of water company run in your city, which has happened to our city too. Some area at the A, they are running for Golden State, just like Norwalk. And people don't see how inconvenient, because I know I have rental house in Norwalk. Very, very inconvenient when you contact the water company to adjust the rate, to pay the monthly due. It's really hard. And I really appreciate our Cerritos City. We have such a convenient one company control, which is our city.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? All right, I'm going to...
Lastly, City of La Palma is doing their Proposition 218 rate adjustments every year right now as well.
All right.
So
I'm going to go into my comments, which I'm going to do an adjournment. I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of former mayor and council member Barry Rabbit. Barry Rabbit was born on August 17, 1937, and passed away in January of this year. Barry lived in Cerritos until the time of his passing. He was the longest serving council member and served an unprecedented 5 times as mayor. Barry was on council at a time when the city was starting to transform from Dairy Valley to what it is today, the jewel of the region. He was instrumental in developing many sites, and his name is all over Cerritos. You can find plaques with his name at the Cerritos Corporate Yard, Cerritos Council Chamber, Cerritos Library, Cerritos Park East, Cerritos Sports Complex, commemorating the visit of George Bush over at Heritage Park, Friendship Park expansion, Frontier Park, Ironwood 9 Golf Course expansion, Ironwood 9 Golf Course, Liberty Park expansion, the Pat Nixon Home and Museum, reclaimed wastewater transport pipeline project, which is over at the Ironwood 9, Satellite Park, and Sunshine Park. Thank you, Annie, for that list. I have a personal story with Barry. In 1972, I took the oath of allegiance to become a naturalized citizen during a ceremony at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Barry was mayor of Cerritos at the time. He sent me, and I was 8 years old at the time, a letter congratulating me on my citizenship and welcoming me to the city of Cerritos. I always shared that story with Barry every time I was with him. I look to him as a mentor and, more importantly, as a good friend. He is deeply missed by so many. A celebration of life will be held on Sunday, June 21, 2026, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Sheraton Cerritos. For details, please contact City Hall. I'd also like to adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Peabo Bryson. Peabo Bryson has performed more than any other artist on the stage of the Cerritos Performing Arts Center. As Peabo said that night, he was recognized for his 50 years of magic. I always feel at home here in Cerritos, and that was the last time I saw him. I will quote a tribute written by CCPA Director, Executive Director Jeff Tilke, who knew Peabo for many years. And these are Jeff's words. Today we lost a friend, a true treasure and legend in the music industry. Peabo Bryson was a marvelous artist and a human being with a heart of gold. It was always an honor to shake his hand every December and welcome him back home to our stage. This past December, we were humbled and honored to help Peabo celebrate a major career milestone, 50 years of magic. And his words in the green room that night, "Stay with me today." Peabo changed the lives of so many people, both through his music and through his kindness and generosity. Our hearts are with his family, friends, and fans alike. We are saddened by this loss, but take comfort in knowing that his legacy lives on through his music and the warmth he showed to everyone he met. Rest easy, Peabo. We love you. We will never forget you. Thank you, Jeff, for that very thoughtful tribute. If we have nothing else, I will ask for council consensus at the April 13, 2026 City Council meeting. The City Council directed staff to prepare an agenda report for City Council consideration, inclusive of revised procedures for receiving, tabulating, and validating written protests to propose rates or changes for any future fee or rate adjustment by July 13, 2026. I'd like to request council consensus to extend this council-directed deadline by an additional 60 days for presentation at either the scheduled August 24th or September 14th regular meeting to allow staff to promulgate these updated procedures.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, item 12, City Attorney, take us into closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will recess into closed session to discuss item 12A, 2 matters of potential litigation, and item 12B, real property negotiations at 126
Very good. This meeting is adjourned.
Park Place and Bloomfield Avenue.
Thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.